here again.
There's 3 bot.
Jesus.
There's 3 bot. I'm just being fucking killed on repeat.
Probably an Eve on the way.
Probably an Eve on the way.
On full health.
I'm full health.
Just so you are aware.
Just so you are aware.
Yeah, if she doesn't have Nasus with her.
Yeah, if she doesn't have Nasus with her, I have no problems.
The problem is,
Like, the problem is,
that's a dead brother.
that's a dead brother.
I fucking saw that blitz hook.
I fucking saw that blitz hook go over the wall, and I was just like, oh, this poor bitch.
I'm impressed. You must have
I'm
flash.
impressed. You must have had flash.
We need to run. We need to run.
They all just recalled.
They all just recalled. They're going to be piling down mid for us.
What can I do for magic?
What can I do for magic resist?
I really like that.
I really like that. That sounds great.
trumpet and scooter. Ha ha. It's Timmy and Dave. For those about to raid, we salute you. We salute you. We salute you.
like a creature full of ecstasy and fire. But what's the kind of teacher women would desire? Queen, it was a flash and then it's gone. And the expectations greatest love machine. And he could go.
But when he's drinking and his
But when he's drinking and his bluff for drunken.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
We're gonna do 2 more leagues if you want to.
Who's
then I
that?
gotta get off.
Who's that?
Me and Zach. Zach's
Oh,
coming.
nice.
Nice.
I'm on Dark and Darker right now, but I'll
I'm on
hang out
Dark
with
and
y'all.
Darker right now, but I'll hang out with y'all.
Oh, sweet.
What's a banger? Oh my goodness.
Mm. Let's do it. He's on Dark and Darker, is that?
No. Can you hear
What's
me?
up?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
Okay, that was weird. I was asking if you guys could hear me like 6 times. Alright, so it's just us two.
Yup. You want brand?
Sure, I'll
Probably
take it.
gonna take. There's Silas again here. So you need another AD. Fuck it, I'll go Urgot even though I have no idea. Oh, Isaiah, one game I played, Urgot got tap dancer and had Yumi on him the whole time. It's fucking insane. He pretty much 1v5'd all of them. Like it was scary how fast he was.
Yeah, he's really fun.
Yeah,
to tap
yeah,
dance.
he's really fun on tap dance. So I've got it several times.
Oh, phenomenal fuel.
Heartsteel, Titanic, and then I don't know.
Oh shit, I forgot how to play him actually.
Oh shit, I forgot how to play him actually.
Bro, I totally forgot how to fucking play him.
Bro, I totally forgot how to fucking play him.
Come on, tower, do your work.
Come on, tower, do your work. Yes. God damn it, Jana. Hell yeah.
Karthus going pretty good.
Karthus is going pretty good. I'm like never really play Urgot.
No, I couldn't tell. You're doing well.
He's so simple. Once you get level
He's
9,
too
he
simple.
really
Once you
unlocks.
get level 9, he really unlocks. Make sure you're maxing W.
For sure.
Yep, for sure. I remembered that.
And then I was gonna go Heartsteel
And
Titanic.
then I was gonna go Heartsteel Titanic. That good?
Yeah, and then you can get like Bork if you're already.
Yeah, and then you can get like Bork if you're already beefy enough.
Uh. Oh, Mundo got Ultimate Revolution. Use my ult on one of them. Oh, that was weird. Ooh, nice. Vel'Koz. Ooh, I think that's the first time I've ever gotten his ult. Bro, draw your sword on him, Isaiah. That's gotta be nuts, right? What? Right? Tap dancer, shut up. I got it.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, it seems like they've been giving it more. Cause
Yeah, it seems like they've been giving it more
I think
because
I've only played him once or twice.
I think I've only played him once or twice that I didn't get it.
Like the past 3 times
the past
in a row I played him.
3 times in a row I played him. I got it.
Then my E heals me and increased damage and stuff like that. Alright, Tiamat. No matter. Oh man.
Hello, whoever it is now.
Me again.
It's me again.
Welcome back. We were sad. You left without saying goodbye again.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
When there's a lot of people, and
When there's a lot
talking,
of people,
it's like,
and everybody's talking, I just like
not trying to.
trying
Space.
to take the space.
Does anybody want to play Dark and Darker?
Does anybody want to play Dark and Darker?
I
No,
can.
No.
A lot of fun
Yeah,
with
no, you're
classic.
good.
But...
Yeah, no, you're good.
Oh, come on.
Fast. But I don't have ult right now.
Oh, come on. No fucking way. I should have kept that meditate going for just a tad longer.
Oh!
I didn't even realize it was a Shinnle because, like, I just thought it was barrier for some reason.
Shin's going.
Let's... Cool. I might take you up on that fucking Dark and Darker offer.
I'm down. I'll be here.
Shin is dead, so there's no,
Fucking Malzahar, you little bitch.
God, are you shitting me though?
I couldn't get there fast enough.
Just mouths are old left. Goddamn right.
Yeah, it just fucking sucks.
Yeah, it just fucking sucks. Cause Turn and burn on the mouse?
Oh. Turn and burn on me.
Oh.
Evidently.
Turn and burn on me, evidently. It was-
Yeah.
Man just did not care that you were coming. He was like, I'm gonna farm anyway. Fine. We're all coming.
Holy hell. Malice has gone full pen build.
No man, I didn't do anything. Yeah, that was very not worth it.
Yeah.
Baron buff on me is not for the entire team dying. Yeah, no.
A fight started right there, and you didn't even stop hitting the Baron. So you let everybody die, and then you let them kill us all.
To be fair, any one of us could have called it off and said back off.
No, and now there's no Baron on me even. I should have just backed off. Those enhanced minions of his are fucking tanky.
Hoopa.
Yeah.
He'll die.
Where they're just hunting us down.
Yeah. Yoink into forever CC.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go play Darker Darker with Isaiah. Get rage baited in another way.
Goodbye.
Later.
Hey, I'm glad Simon bought
Hey, I'm gonna chime it back to them, and it included you two coming over here.
I was kind of just done after that game anyway. Like, that was...
Yeah, I love being abandoned by my support. It fucking level fucking
Yeah,
7.
that was why I was kind of like. There was a moment where it was like, why the fuck are you here, Tex?
Like he wouldn't leave Popo ever. I hate laning with Tex.
Yeah, I
And
don't think
every
they'll-
single game I laned with Tex.
Yeah, the 2 games I was on Phil, or was the only one. It might have only been one. Regardless, like I didn't get fucking. I should have just laned with you, cause fucking. Why is he just so focused on being up his ass? Like. Which granted, Popo did the same thing. Whenever.
He abandoned me when he when I was his support. He went fucking to go suck off Tex in mid. I was like, why don't you two just lane in the bot lane? Seriously. Why the fuck am I having to play your support only for you, one of you to fuck off, and I have to deal with a 2v1? I literally made one mistake, which was I got level 6, which made me assume he got level 6.
Because he should hit level 6 before you, like he's the ADC, you don't get any extra, like, XP.
He's also, like, Zillion. He gives bonus XP. Passively to his entire team. Including himself. So I was just... They were level 5. And he was also like... Not in XP range. He was... Like, I would be in the middle of the lane, and he would be standing at the very back of the last bush. He was that far away from me. And he never landed a single bomb. And classic Zillion is a point and click.
No way.
How you not land a single bomb? He literally never poked them. Ever. And then when I died 4 times, I made one mistake. I died once to the fact that I thought he hit level 6. And then he abandoned me the 3 other times I died. I was like, this is so fun. So fun. I love sitting back and farming and doing fucking nothing.
Yeah. You're just reinforcing what I was already feeling, which is... I really don't think we should play Classic with them anymore. Like, the first time I was willing to, like, maybe they were just tired. Tonight it was... Yeah.
It's sad that I have more fun playing with randoms in the bot lane than I do with my, like, those 2.
You were gonna say my friends and then you changed it.
Well, I wanted you to come play bot lane with me. That's what I had requested when we were talking. I said, come play bot lane with me. And you said yes, and then you went Phil, and then you went jungle, and then you asked for top lane, and then you went top lane. And I was like, cool.
Sorry.
And then
I will
in-
try playing bot lane with you next because I tried both the things that I wanted to try with the runes, and the runes felt more impactful, but it still felt kind of like meh.
It's fine. Yeah.
I forgot how long this game takes to load up. I had a patch for loading, but like, fuck, I'm just sitting here twiddling my fucking thumb. Are you in the middle of run, Isaiah?
No.
deciding which character I'm gonna play.
Deciding which character I'm gonna play.
Gotcha. Alright, I have to pee really quickly. And then I can go.
So in love with you. Everything you do. Inside with me. Everything so me.
Promise the next time I play League, I will go bot lane. I guess my Dark and Darker crashed. No longer open.
Before you do anything, I need you to watch this. This is beautiful. Both you and Dylan need to watch this.
I don't know what I want to play, Isaiah. What I want to play, Isaiah.
That's what I was running into.
The simple part of my brain is like you run fighter because that is the best class to learn on. But there's another part of my brain that's like, oh, warlock.
Warlock's fun.
Warlock's fun. Wizard's super strong right now.
Sorcerer's apparently strong if you're good
Sorcerer's apparently strong if you're good at it.
I was thinking about trying to that out.
I was thinking about trying that out.
I don't even think I have that yet. No, I do. Right.
I just wish you could play Plate Sorcerer.
I just wish you could play Plate Sorcerer. That's the only reason. Like,
I don't like Warlock necessarily.
I don't like Warlock necessarily, but I like being plate caster.
I'll play the Sorcerer. I named him Harry BC Dresden, so Blackstone Copperfield. They let you have 3 of your things at level 1 now? That's crazy.
3 of what things?
3 of your ability things? Like...
That's right, it was only 2 before, wasn't it?
That's right, it was only 2 before, wasn't it?
It used to be 1! You got 1 at level 1!
That's great.
Oh, I'm remembering this now. No, this ain't it. This is not.
What? The sorcerer?
What? The
Oh yeah, you have to pull out. You
Oh
gotta
yeah,
pull
you
out
have to
both
pull
hands
out.
and do spell
You gotta pull out
combos,
both
and then
hands
pull
and
your
do
weapon
spell
back out.
combos, and then
Yeah.
pull your weapon back
no.
out.
I was
Yeah.
like, I don't remember anything about the sorcerer. I'll try this. Turns out my brain is not. Not right now, anyway. But I do remember playing it, and it was fun. It was just challenging. It has wares if you have coin.
You're a Khajiit.
You're a Khajiit.
Yeah.
Bro, I have 20 of the blue tokens.
Bro, I have 20 of the blue tokens. I thought about buying the
what do you call it? The red skeleton?
what do you call it? The red skeleton? Elite skeleton?
Because he has magic resist, and I feel like
Because he has
that
magic
would
resist, and I
make
feel
this
like
class a
that
little
would
nicer.
make this class a little nicer.
They've got golden shapeshifts for the freaking.
They added that.
They
today,
just
actually.
they added that today, actually.
Yeah, fuck it. Run, bitch.
They give me 500 gold to start out with. The fuck? Game has become very new player friendly, comparatively speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they're trying to ease it up. They actually added
Yeah, I think they're trying to ease it up. They actually added a tutorial today as well.
That's wild behavior.
I know, right?
I know, right?
Bro, how is Crocodilian?
Or how is Crocodilian not more?
+4 strength?
+4 strength?
Crocodilian race now?
Yeah, it's been in there for a while, but I haven't.
Yeah, it's
I
been
don't
in there
see
for a
anybody
while,
play
but
it.
I
It's
haven't.
got
I don't
+4
see
strength.
anybody play it, but it's got +4 strength.
Dwarfs, succubuses, demons,
They
tidewalkers.
just
Like,
added all
god
that.
damn.
Like,
They
in this
just
season.
added
They
all
said
that, like
they're
in
trying
this
to
season.
scale
They
it up to
said
become a
they're trying to scale up to become a
What happened?
cool game.
I died and lost a lot of shit.
All I heard was like, no! And then what happened? Long ass pause. I died.
Yep, I had so much shit that something was stalking me. I was down to my last person, and yeah, popped out of a cutscene. Boom! Surprise, motherfucker!
Sorry for laughing, Dylan. I can hear the distraught in your voice. I was just using the way you kind of announced it. I died.
A lot of shit.
And why would I even wear a sash? It doesn't Why would I even wear a sash? It doesn't give anything.
Eat pizza,
So you can
sadly.
look cool.
Yeah,
Like,
so you can look cool.
like a team. Like if you all
Like,
got a
lawyer
gold
look
sash
like
or
a
something.
team, like if you all got a gold sash or something.
Dude, the starter equipment has changed a
They added a
lot.
bunch of like random.
They
shirts
added a
that give
bunch of like
different,
random shirts that give different different bonuses.
And not just that, like there's fucking, god damn.
At least I think I can collect my shit. I hope.
Agility was the aim.
Oh wait, no, you lost aim. Oh, that's beautiful. What, my reactions?
Now I'm listening to old GTA 4 fucking apparently radio ads, and it's like, it starts out with see if I can fucking get it to give me the. Every 10. Hold on. I gotta say it like the way it is said. Otherwise, this isn't as funny. Every 10 seconds, a woman in Liberty City experiences the unwanted advances of a man. By the time this commercial is over, 6 women will have been sexually harassed or groped. Women may be the weaker sex, but now music starts playing. You can even the scores with a gun. Thursday night is ladies' night at Liberty City Gun Club. Come down now for a female safe in city course to learn the fundamentals of self-defense. It's just like...
I approve.
I approve.
So as a
Yeah.
server, I'm assuming US East would be best. Well, duh, that's like obvious for us. But as far as like queuing in, there's not anything specific I have to do. Or can I change it to duos? Is duos not a thing anymore?
We can do duos.
We can do duos on PvE, but
You can't do duos on PvE, but we can do duos on PvP.
I don't know if you wanted to do a PvE run.
I don't know if you wanted to do a
practice.
PvE run to practice.
I mean, we can't. Like, well, can we choose? Like, I guess we could just choose to not fill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Unlock it.
maybe we can't not fill.
Maybe we can't not fill.
Why not?
It doesn't give the button.
It doesn't give the button.
I mean, but it won't.
It's locked our third-party slot. Like, would that do it?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe we'll see.
But if we're gonna do PvE, I'm gonna do.
But if we're gonna do PvE, I'm gonna do my luck on this guy.
Because it's 100% goblin.
Because it's 100% goblin recovery.
Find out. Nacho the luchador.
255 of pure luck gear.
255 of pure luck gear.
Ma'am.
Is she distracting you on video call?
Is she distracting you on video call?
Yes.
Hey.
She waits till I'm getting into a game that requires my concentration and wants my attention.
I was gonna say.
She's got to reward you before you.
She's got to reward you before you go off into battle.
Yeah, it's called,
send you off with a fair view.
Yeah, send you off with a fair view.
Support main. This is your like ability discharge.
Where the fuck's my inventory thing? Why do I not? I call horseshit.
Oh, okay. You just murked the undead. Understood. Luck you're my ass.
Huh?
It's a full luck you're
all
my
gear
ass.
has luck on it as well.
All my gear has luck on it as well.
It's like 0.01%
No, it's
luck. And
no,
like 26%
no, it's mostly luck. But my
no, it's mostly luck. But my
Q
is
OP on this map. My
is OP on this map. My what's it called?
Holy Purification.
Holy Purification.
Oh, they've got quivers now for
Yes.
fucking archers?
Yes.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Alright. What?
Did not mean to do that. Cancel that.
No, but my Q one shots.
Yeah, but my Q one shots the skellies.
So it's OP on this map.
So it's OP on this map.
You know, the only time Kara ever becomes more tolerant.
Let me refamiliarize myself with this shit. That's right, you did say barrel loot was crazy, didn't you?
Yeah, it's gotten bugged.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's gotten bugged. But I mean, this is still
what do you call it? This is PvE, so
what do you call it?
the loot
This is
pretty
PvE,
bad.
so the loot is pretty bad.
Yeah, they try to.
That's fair.
They really.
Yeah,
push
they try
the
to.
loot. Like I think
They
it's a
really
good
push
system.
the loot. Like I think it's
Like,
a
they
good
push the
system.
loot to the PvP,
Like they push the loot to the
where you have to, like,
PvP,
go earn it.
where you have to like go earn it.
You can still practice like against.
But this is
mobs
you
and
can
stuff.
still practice like against
Let me
mobs and
take
stuff.
this room.
Oh, let me take this room.
I definitely needed to practice. It's been a minute.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright, let's check out this armor loot.
Let's check out this armor
White
loot.
eater shield, delicious.
White eater shield, delicious.
White gloves, delicious.
White gloves, delicious.
I killed them like all on top of each other. That's
I
tragic.
killed them like all on top of each other. It's tragic.
Alright, that one sucks.
That sucks.
I found some green gloves.
God, I found some green gloves. I don't know. I don't think they're.
No, I'm at the point now.
No,
where,
I'm at the point now
I
where
take
like
out treasure and then just buy. The
I take
kits
out
I want.
treasure and then just buy the kits I want.
That's fair.
I've been
That's fair.
low key cooking this season.
I've been low key cooking this season.
You're cooking the season.
Cooking with seasoning, yeah.
Cooking with
Like-
seasoning, yeah. I'm like
Mostly white.
mostly white.
Hey, listen, salt and pepper is seasoned.
It is if you use enough.
It is if you use enough.
It's a
Not too much.
It's a
Not too much. That pepper's too spicy.
Oh, I almost hit you. Oh, that's right. We can't hit each other.
Not in this mode. I think.
Yeah, I know. I totally forgot about that, to be honest with you.
Because the other day I was playing with Monty.
Because the other day I was playing with Monty and I was throwing torches at him the whole night.
Do you only
No,
recommend
no,
the
no,
PvE?
No,
we played,
no.
some real ones too.
We played
Dude,
some real ones too.
We're not bad. It's just like
We're not bad. It's just like it's a
every fight is different. Like sometimes
every
it's
fight
good
is
to
different.
rush
Like
in,
sometimes it's good to
back off,
rush in, sometimes it's
kite
good
it
to
out.
back off,
Is there
kite it
nothing
out.
in here?
Is there nothing in here?
That's,
That's just getting some practice.
Oh, we should go to the bridge.
Oh, we should go to the bridge. That's what we should go.
Okay, sure. Oh, well,
Did you get me?
Did you get me?
You good?
I think I did, yeah.
What's this?
You good? Watch this.
Oh, that's so wild.
Cleric, but cleric
Cleric-
sucks at PvP.
But
dude.
cleric sucks at PvP, dude.
Old cloth in here. You're gonna need that.
Old cloth in here. You're
You
gonna
killed
need
the
that.
box. Okay. That didn't used to be a thing.
Oh yeah, no, they definitely break the boxes.
Oh yeah,
and the
no,
doors.
they definitely break the boxes and the doors now.
Lunderhosen.
There's an old cloth on the zombie.
There's an old cloth on this
Oh,
zombie.
also, you can do this now.
Oh, also you can do this now.
You'll need it for a quest.
You'll need it for a
Things.
quest and a
Gotcha.
couple things.
Oh,
Yeah, that's why I grabbed
Oh,
a
same
golden
here.
tooth too.
Same here.
rotten fluids on this guy.
Rotten fluids on this guy.
Oh, I didn't bring my lockpicks, did
Oh, I didn't bring my
Son of a
lockpicks, did
whore.
I? Son of a whore.
Pearl necklace.
I have to bring lockpicks.
Let's bring lockpicks. Sucks.
I don't remember.
Oh, I could have played my bard.
I could have played my bard.
Should have, to be real.
To be real.
Should know.
I don't know. We can go to the bridge.
I don't know. We can go to the bridge. See if the golem's gone.
This is the hotkey for putting away weapons. I don't remember.
X.
Oh yeah.
Very relevant.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
especially when we get into PvP. Oh,
Yeah, especially when
see,
we get
I'm-
into PvP. Oh,
This is a module
see,
I'm
I'm-
not so great at.
this is a module I'm not so great at.
You can always hang up the dogs on these rocks. See how I did so?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then you can just fucking stab them. Like,
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, I do that sometimes.
I was swapping out my pants for those. Being a fast warlock. This flower pot's down. Poison bitch. Fucking poison bitch. I'll take that.
White longsword in this chest.
White longsword in this chest.
Probably. I think you probably have a gray right
Probably-
now, right?
I think you probably have a gray right now, right?
Yep. Let me actually tag and heal off him,
Sorry.
if you don't mind. He will fucking stop chasing you. There we go. Trixie bitch.
sword?
Blue crystal sword?
Mm,
That magical healing on it.
got magical healing on it. Oh. Water pot. I want to keep that long sword. Take the magical healing. I guess no. I can throw away the old spell book.
Oh, I found a lockpick.
Oh, I found a lockpick.
And there's a pickaxe
Nice.
up here too.
And there's a pickaxe up here too, on top of this big
I'm
rock.
gonna go see if I can hit that door.
I'm gonna go see if I can hit that
For
door.
real? Just like
Yeah.
sitting
Yeah,
there?
they're
Yeah.
really
Yeah, they're really common, I think, this season.
Wanted to encourage the mining aspect of the game.
Yeah,
finally?
I think they've added in a couple more
I think they've
spots,
added in a couple more spots too.
The market's been going crazy.
The market's been going crazy.
Alright,
Alright,
focus up.
focus up.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Don't tell me this line
Don't
says
tell me
locked.
this line says blocked.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Before we gotta dip the fuck out. 5 minutes, okay.
Ruby and ceremonial dagger in here.
Ruby and ceremonial dagger in here. You'll need those requests.
Gotcha. Where are you? Oh, back there.
I'll open it.
I'll open it.
Are you opening?
I had the
okay.
other side open.
I had the other side open.
Gotcha. Fucking blues Y-hander with magical healing. Give up my long sword for a...
I didn't mention it. Some people love it. Some people
I didn't
hate
mention it. Some people love it, some people hate it.
It's okay.
It's okay if you never get in a tight space.
Which we're on castle, so that's
Which
pretty
we're on
rough.
castle, so that's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Several modules where it's
Several modules where it's very tight.
So wild that they just mark the escapes and shit now.
there was a skeleton in its chest.
There was a skeleton in its chest, that's so funny.
It automatically kills it.
It automatically kills it.
Alright, where we need to head?
We're going down here.
Okay.
What happened?
Just the fire, like, coming up at, like, random intervals kind of fucked me.
Ooh, purple ceremonial stuff
Ooh,
in here.
purple ceremonial staff in here.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's...
Yeah, I don't know if it's...
Should allow me to cast, hopefully. I hope I can still do fucking... We're throwing away this white longsword just in case. Alright.
I don't have a lockpick for that. Do you
I
need
don't have a
heals?
lockpick for that. Do you need heals?
I have heals, I've just been holding off on using them. Are looted bandages something I need to hold on to
You'll
still?
need one. I
Yes.
think one of
You'll
each.
need one. I think one of each.
Oh. Gave myself a
Oh.
shield so that you could get
Gave
rid of
myself a
this.
shield so that you could get burned, I guess.
Those are so much more aggressive than they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to unlock
Oh
the
yeah.
escapes now?
Yeah, dude. The other day I was playing Pickpocket
Yeah, dude.
Rogue,
The other day I was
just
playing
chilling at
Pickpocket
one,
Rogue, just chilling at one,
stealing people's candy, dude.
stealing people's candy, dude.
I only got caught like once.
I only got caught like once.
First. Oh, it's full. Okay. What is this? A sling stone.
Oh yeah, I meant to.
Oh yeah, I meant to try that out.
I have a sling. Are you
Yeah,
able to use it on that
I am,
class?
actually.
Yeah, yeah, I'm actually.
Here,
I meant to equip one because I saw
I
somebody
meant to
using
equip
it.
one because I saw somebody using it, and I was like, that's funny.
Because cleric like has always said
Because
they
cleric
needed a
like
ranged weapon.
has always said they needed a ranged weapon.
Oh, with magic resist on it.
Oh, with magic resist on it.
This thing works.
Okay, let's see how this thing works.
okay, can still cast with the ceremonial staff, so that's good.
Oh, I hit him with it.
Oh, I hit him with it.
Do I have to pick back up the slingstone?
Do I have to pick back up the slingstone?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Purple.
Purple. Slingstone. Drop.
There's a purple bone helm in here for Warlock.
There's a purple bone helm in here for Warlock.
Okay, well, there's another sling in here with undead damage bonus on this archer.
How do you ping, by the way?
How do you ping,
middle
by the
mouse
way?
button.
Middle mouse button.
Alright, let's book it. Let's book
Alright,
it to
let's
that
book
treasure
it.
room.
Let's book it to that treasure room.
Let's see if I can lead the way.
Let's see if I can lead the way.
Going all the way across.
We're going all the way across.
I was just casting the dot on him because, you know, I will inevitably land on a trap. He didn't die.
I lead.
He was just determined
Oh,
to
you'll need that lukewarm
stank it
stew
up.
for a quest.
Oh, you'll need that lukewarm stew for a quest.
Oh, hey, bitch! I forgot there's no aggro range thing. I love fighting crossbowmen compared to bowmen.
Yeah, it's much better.
Yeah, it's much better. Let's see.
So we should start getting into where people have
So
cleared
we
out
should
at
start
some
getting
point.
into where people have cleared out at some point.
Just be able to run.
Kill that dead skull.
Skill
Did you kill
run.
that death skull?
No,
over
that's
there?
what I was thinking.
No, that's what I was
you might
thinking.
Need this. I don't know if it's
I
gotta
think
be
you
normal
might
or
need
that
this.
green
I don't
one
know
I
if it's
gave
gotta be normal or that green one I gave you.
you. If there's a white one in here.
But there's a white
Of
one in
the
here
ceremonial dagger.
of the ceremonial dagger.
Oh,
Alright, it's clear.
It's clear.
yeah. I found another player.
Nice.
Nice.
And we're right here by reds. That'll be perfect.
And we're right here by reds. That'll be perfect.
It's already been cleared, so we'll see.
It's already been cleared, so we'll see if the
loot pile's still there.
see if the loot pile's still there.
Also, they gave Zweihander a block rather than a vertical swing.
Yeah, I think every weapon in the
Yeah, I think every weapon in the every melee in the game now has a block.
Crazy. Oh, I hear
Yeah,
a
there's a
bar.
whole group up here.
Yeah, there's the whole group up here.
I think the vault.
I
They probably
I
already
think
opened
the
vault
vault.
door.
They probably already opened the vault door.
No, it's empty. There's usually
No,
a
it's
pile in
empty,
there.
empty. There's usually a pile in there.
Probably didn't have anything too
Probably-
good. Let's see if
Probably
they
didn't have
open-
anything
there's
too
an upper
good.
vault
Let's see if
too.
they open. There's an upper vault too.
Oh no, someone died.
Oh no, someone died.
The skeleton crossbowman.
Skeleton crossbowman.
Oh, this is the golden door. This is the one you have to
Oh,
have
this
key
is the
for.
golden door. This is the one you have to have the key for.
Yeah, there's another treasure pile in here.
Yeah, there's another treasure pile in here.
You have to have the
But you have to have
golden
the
key or whatever.
golden key or whatever.
Assuming there's a boss.
I think you can actually get it off like mini
I think you
bosses.
can actually get it off like mini bosses.
Oh wait, yeah, I know the golden key you're talking about now.
Like a golden key and an old rusty key.
Like a golden key and an old rusty key.
Yeah.
I got the old rusty.
I got the
Yeah,
old
but
rusty.
now you can't take them out of the dungeon.
Yeah, but now you can't take them out of the dungeon.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because
Yeah, because
oh wait, you need this
oh
white
wait,
ruby.
you need this white ruby.
What was it? Oh yeah, Kai was telling me.
What was
He's
it?
like,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
dude,
Kai
take
was
it out,
telling
it's
me.
worth like
He's like,
8,000.
yeah,
He
dude,
was
take it
looking
out. It's
up.
worth like
You
8,000.
can't
He was
sell
looking
in
it
the
up,
current season.
but you can't sell it in the current season.
Fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
Because I
Yeah,
guess they were tired of
because
people doing like.
I guess they were tired of people doing
RMTs
like
and stuff.
RMTs and stuff.
Makes sense.
They wanted to encourage
Makes
people like
sense.
having to.
They wanted to
having
encourage
go
people
for it
like
in the
having to go for it in the dungeon.
One of my friends had an entire stash filled with them at one
dungeon.
point.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
We can go ahead and go.
We can go ahead and go.
Go ahead and go down.
Go ahead and go down.
Oh yeah, check the pile in this room, I guess.
Oh yeah, check the pile in this room, I guess.
I'm sure it's gone too. Oh nope.
I'm sure it's gone too. Oh
Still
nope,
hitting it.
they're still hitting it.
Oh, hey, I just grabbed a cloak for
Oh
you, bro.
hey, I just grabbed a cloak for you, bro.
Shit. Isn't it like disrespectful to
No,
hit
not
their
at all in
loot
PvP.
pile?
No, not at all in
Or
PvP.
PvE, I mean.
Or PvE, I mean.
Because in reality, one of these guys
Because in
probably beat the
reality,
boss
one
by
of these
himself while
guys
the other
probably
two
beat the
friends
boss
stood
by
outside.
himself while the other two friends stood outside.
And they give it less pulls. So
And
you're
they
not
give
really
it less
getting, like,
pulls, so you're not really getting, like,
you're not gonna get everything.
you're not gonna get everything.
Ooh, a cultist hit with strength.
Ooh, a cultist hit with
And
strength.
a bone helm with strength.
And a bone helm with strength.
Here, I'll put him in the chest.
Here, I'll put him in the chest.
I don't know if either of those are better than that other.
I don't know if either of those are better than that other mask.
No, not really, because the bone helm's purple. Like it has agility and physical damage bonus and buff duration bonus, but the strength is pretty good, but like it depends. I mean, might as well take them in case I don't fill the other spots.
Kara.
Onward.
Onward.
Oh, there he is.
I did find a purple chest piece during
I
that.
did find a purple chest piece during that.
Should sell for like a.
Could sell for like a 100 or 2.
At least.
At least.
Oh. You gotta be quick with him now. 30 seconds is not a long time.
Mm-mm.
Also, did they change how big the gold piles go up to?
Yeah, 25 instead of 10.
Yeah, 25 instead of 10.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought I remembered it being 10, and that one
Yeah, and the
definitely
little
said
pouches
13.
now hold.
Yeah, and the
100
little
instead of-
pouches now hold 100
what was it,
instead of
50?
what was it, 50?
Yeah.
Alright, so we're right next to the boss.
It's
room.
right next to the boss room. Gosh.
Freaking spear. Okay.
So if you fall down there, you're just dead.
You fall
Oh,
down
no,
there,
there's,
you're
like,
just dead.
little
Oh
worms.
no, there's like little worms.
If I jump on this, does it trigger the boss?
If I jump on this, does it trigger the boss?
Oh yeah, this is the.
Oh
Balrog
yeah,
looking
this
dude.
is the Balrog looking dude.
Oh, you can see him out there. That's terrifying.
Oh, you can see him out there. That's terrifying.
Oh shit.
You're fucking cool. Not
You're
today,
fucking
Satan.
cool. Not today, Satan.
Well, I'm sure another team will be here soon to beat
I'm sure another team will be here soon to beat him.
Some people beating him online.
Some people beating him online.
Wait, really? They capped the fucking gray health. You can't heal gray health anymore with Warlock?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about that. I have
no healing spells until we do a
no healing spells until we do a
No, don't. I wasn't saying like to heal me. I wanted to.
No, that was a buff.
I have
That was a
potions.
No, that was a buff. That was a +2 all attributes.
Yeah, no, I can't heal my gray health.
Yeah, no, I can't heal my gray health.
You have to use a potion.
You have to use a potion.
Yeah, I'll have to use a potion. Like, that's fucking wild. That defeats the entire purpose of playing Warlock to me. Unless they,
Can you still rest gray health up?
Can you still rest gray health up?
Like with a campfire, yeah.
Like with a campfire, yeah.
Gosh, this room looks kind of scary.
Gosh, this room looks kind of scary.
What's that?
Crawling dudes are giving the creeps.
The crawling dudes are giving the creeps.
Hi, dog. Can't parry that, evidently. God damn, he hurts. Do you want me to throw down a camp? Well, you only need spells.
Oh, I'll use mine.
But
No, I
I'll
have
use
a
mine.
damage.
No, I have a bunch of extra ones.
Like it's the final floor.
Like it's the final floor.
Gosh,
Might as well use it.
with 0.1 second
Gosh, I
left.
canceled it with 0.1 second left. It's tragic.
Literally 99%.
Literally 99%.
+2 physical power. Green crystal
Plus 2
ball
physical
here.
power, green crystal ball in here.
If I was a crystal ball fan, that might be more enticing. Or to keep my casting implement in my in one hand and my other thing in the other hand.
Magic power gloves.
Magic power gloves.
+1 magic power.
Ooh.
+1 magic power.
I actually can't wear those.
I didn't even
Wizard,
check.
cleric, sorcerer.
I didn't even check.
Another player. Hello.
Another player. Hello.
Dog's chasing him.
Dog's chasing him.
Oh, it killed him.
No way it could.
No way.
That is a name. That is a
Snake.
fucking crazy name. That one felt like my dad.
That wasn't even him, bro. That was somebody else.
That wasn't even him, bro. That was somebody else. I had to because this guy's gone.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, they're in there fighting that boss.
Oh yeah, they're in there fighting that boss.
Time to rat up some loot. That's fucking crazy. I die. You know, I'm good. I'm
No,
choosing
yeah,
life.
definitely live.
No, yeah, definitely live.
They did not, in fact, have it.
They did not, in fact, have it.
Oh, am I gonna get punished for running across
Oh,
here?
am I gonna get punished for running across here?
Yeah, he knocked one guy off into the abyss.
Yeah, he knocked one guy
The
off
other guy
into
got
the abyss, and then the other guy got smoked.
Well, I just wanted to help him a little bit.
Well, I just wanted to help him a little bit.
Poor guys.
Poor guys.
Keep missing my shield, bro.
Keep missing my shield, bro. You should take a
Oh, jeez, that almost one-shot.
Oh, jeez, that almost one-shot me.
The gate went crazy.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Oh, I do have a lockpick.
Oh, I do have a lockpick.
For the love of the game.
For the love of the game.
Jeez.
Jeez.
He's aggroed on me. Alright, so... Oh shit! Oh fuck!
Son of a whore.
Son of a whore.
What is this that you
Dude,
pulled
I don't
onto
even
me?
know. I
Dude,
didn't even know he was on me until
I
I was
didn't
like
even know he
almost
was on
dead.
me until I was like almost dead.
I don't even know where he came from.
I don't even know where he came from.
Yeah, I would run.
Yeah, I would run.
I can get my full kit back from the goblin.
I can get my full kit back from the goblin. Well, I get my full kit back from the goblin.
Problem is, the escape's through here. He's on my ass.
Oh, in the same room is crazy.
In the same room is crazy.
That was pretty clean.
That was pretty clean.
Yeah, bro, because like...
Yeah, bro,
Yeah,
because
I
like...
get 100% goblin recovery.
Yeah,
rate,
I get
I'm pretty
100%
sure in
goblin
PvE.
recovery rate, I'm pretty sure, in PvE.
Nice sidestep.
Nice sidestep.
Yeah, there is a certain amount of stuff that is still familiar to me. Like, the fucking dude you pulled though, I should have hit him and got him
No,
off of you.
I heard him coming.
Like,
I heard him come in.
I didn't know what it was, but I was doing the...
I didn't know what
like,
it
oh, I do
was,
have a
but I was
lockpick.
doing the...
And
I was
did
like, oh,
the
I do have a
lion's head chest in
lockpick.
that
And
room.
did the lion's head chest
And
in
then,
that room.
like,
And
I heard
then, like...
something.
I heard
I was
something.
already mid.
I
opening the
was
chest,
already
like,
mid
lockpick.
opening the
So
chest,
I was
like mid lockpick.
I gotta descend
So
it.
I was like, I gotta descend it. Like,
I did open the chest, but
I did
not
open
get
the
to get
chest,
anything out
but
of it.
I did not get to get anything out of it.
that man was fucking just on you like white on rice. I was not sure how to help. I panicked so much at the new mob. I was like, oh shit, what did
It's
you do?
Trynd.
It's Trynd.
I kind of wanna. As much fun as that was, I'm still definitely feeling more league than this. Would you be interested in some mayhems?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll allow Shire to get out of her hairy situation she's found herself in.
Hairy?
That was an interesting run.
Harry.
That was an interesting run. Thank you. remember which pieces of loot you said to save and which ones I could.
You want to stream real quick?
You want to stream real quick?
Can't.
I mean, obviously, if you're not gonna play it.
Obviously, if you're not gonna play it.
No, I'm gonna play it. Just like right now, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play more. I don't know how much of the Warlock I'll play, but you said the quest cross character.
So I think you had more in your
So I think you had more in your
expressman, but the
expressman.
You
But
can come out of the fucking
you need
sky,
that
bro?
flower, the gem ring, a looted bandage, the bowstring.
Is that a looted campy or your?
Is that a looted campy or your one you brought in?
It was my starter.
Okay.
Yeah, you need an ale for the.
Yeah, you need an ale for the tavern master.
I think it's one each of the looted gray.
I think it's one each of the looted gray potions or white potions.
Then that should be.
Then that should be.
Yeah, but I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, but I can't remember which one it is. I always forget on the
names. It's not like they're hard.
Yeah.
And then definitely the white.
And then definitely the white rubies. You're on it.
Well, no, I'm trying to remember who I sell stuff to.
Collector. Monocle guy.
And you can quick fill now.
Oh, nice. Baller.
This might cost you more than.
Alright,
This might cost
you
more
this
than.
for free, right?
Yeah.
Because if you hit select all, how much?
Because if you hit select all, how much is it?
170. Oh, you have that.
177.
Oh, you have that.
Yeah, because I have the fucking starter loot.
Yeah, because I have the fucking starter loot.
Yeah.
What all starter loot did you have?
What all starter loot did you have?
It gives you 500.
It gives you 500.
Yeah, 500 of gold coin.
Yeah, 500 of gold coin pouch. And then white heels.
I think that might have been from. Did you get the first level last season?
Did you get the first level last season?
Or last time you played?
Or last time you played?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Like
maybe.
If you click on
Like
season. At the top.
you click on season at the top.
See, I think you might have got to that.
I guess
not if you only got one gold pouch.
I guess not if you only got one gold pouch. No, I guess not.
Because I got 3 gold pouches.
I got 3 gold pouches.
I wanted to because I wanted. There was something at the demigod level, but I knew I wasn't getting to that. I'm not good enough.
You said that they made it way easier.
They made it way easier now. Like I'm already the Pathfinder. I'm already blue.
Gotcha.
Like you can get the adventure.
Like you can get the adventure points on any of the dungeons.
Right there, even though I died on the
and like right there, even though I died on the 3rd dungeon, I still got 300 from the first 2 levels.
Crazy that they
took away the ability to heal gray.
Gray health for Warlock. Like that
kind of fucks it for me.
That kind of fucks it for me. Like not gonna lie. Like I'm not that interested in playing if I can't heal my gray health. Like.
Yeah, I play more of like a fighter warlock. I play
more of
mostly
like a
for
fighter warlock. I play mostly for the
vampirism and the siphon strike.
The vampirism and the siphon strike with being able to play cast.
Because I feel like it feels.
Because I feel like
just as good as fighter does in an all.
Just as good as fighter does in an all. Because like you can just fight instead of like the fighter only gets 1 heal.
Yeah. It's just like over here, blown away that they took away that. I'll just stash all this for now.
I guess.
Who is the other quest?
Oh, this is another nice thing.
Oh, this is another nice thing. Hit play,
and then
to go back to the lobby, and then quest log.
That's achievements, but
that's achievements, but
I know. I wanted to see what it was.
Interesting.
killed 1,000 undead.
West
That is nice. What are you playing?
Alright, Zerodol. That fucking Stormbird. That fucking thing decided to.
Do I have? No, I know there's a quick.
Yeah,
it's
shift right click.
Yeah, shift right click.
Okay, I can play like now. Okay, I can play like now. Hands are cramping. Hands are cramping.
Alright.
Fucking death ripping my fucking controller.
I will definitely play some more of that. There's just a long look at there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Not what my brain
It's
is
not
feeling
a
right
game
now.
for super
It's
long.
not a game for super long late nights.
Yeah, no. Well, it can be. If I was more practiced, it could be.
When it,
Yeah.
even to me though,
When
like,
it,
I've been
even
playing
to
a
me
ton
though,
this
like
season, it's
I've
still
been playing a ton this
I play
season.
2 or
It's
3
still like
runs,
I play 2 or 3
go do
runs,
something else,
go do something else,
come back 2 or 3 runs, go do something
come
else.
back 2 or 3
'Cause, like,
runs,
it's
go do
so,
something
like,
else. Cause like it's so
like
like
intense.
intense.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I remember when I was playing with Tanner and his buddy Dalton. We played a fuck ton, and then I stopped playing with them. That was where I learned most of my shit.
Dylan,
Like, about
Me and him already in the lobby.
Me and him already in the lobby.
Oh.
We're in here sucking toes.
We're in here sucking.
Dylan's like, I never left. I knew you fuckers would be back.
I actually did closely for like a couple minutes before you guys went, oh, let's play League after this.
Yeah, I just like got in there and like was mindlessly following Isaiah, and I was just like,
This has never happened in any video game ever. What am I doing?
this ain't it.
This has never happened in any video game ever. What am I doing?
I don't know. Probably Thanksgiving.
Would you mind coming and
Uh,
collecting your stuff?
Completely.
No, not at all. I meant to get it a long time ago, but I wasn't ready for us to quit playing. Or like I didn't know it was coming, you know. And I just haven't been back out that way.
Will was being really, really.
I don't know. Probably Thanksgiving.
Like looking for like.
Would you mind coming and collecting your stuff?
That people were having fun and like shy.
No, not at all. I meant to get it a long time ago, but I wasn't ready for us to quit playing even. They're like I didn't know it was coming, you know. And I just haven't been back out that way.
Will was being really, really needy with regards to that game. For me specifically.
Yeah.
For what game?
Like looking for like constant reassurances like every day that people were having fun and like shy, no, he was putting me to shame.
I should grab
He was
a
asking me
Wata
like
before.
every single day. Are people having fun? Like, is this good for everyone? Like you know, just all this, like, dude, chill. Like, no one hated the game. No one like was complaining, but he just was so determined that like people were not having fun.
Accused me of cheating on Way, the Holy Bear.
Yeah.
For what game?
D&D.
We were playing D&D.
I saw her give you lip, and then she comes over anyway.
Specifically with Savage World.
They saw that backpedal, I don't know.
And it was taking its toll on me in a major way, and that was why I was like,
I should grab the water before we start.
Look at that happy tail.
that's fine.
She has been annoying me ever since I got home. This is why I'm like getting sick with it, because I played with her, and then she took a nap, and then she came back an hour later, and it has been obsessive with me. And Chloe wanted to play, so I was playing with Chloe, and then Clara took on Chloe, and then Chloe go away, and I continued to play. And then I was like, okay.
I really want to get then one of those little cat toys that like rolls around on its own.
I already did. I actually have it. I threw it out because they don't like it. It was a laser toy specifically, because they like the laser toys.
I gotta tell him about the way,
Kara stared at it.
or not the way,
Whatever.
the person who accused me of cheating on Way, the polar bear.
So I figured if I remember you saying one of your cat
Kara?
like and it's like a ball and it like rolls around and like not squeaks, but like bird chirps.
I saw her give you lip, and then she comes over anyway. Like,
Yeah, no, but it was
I just
like
worry about buying something like that just because I did buy
You saw that backpedal? I don't know.
I didn't play with it at all. I was like,
I did.
and
I also saw you give in and let her in your lap.
I did. I gave her a face, which made her say, "Oh, yeah, I'm good."
love feather toys too much. It was we have on a fishing line. You would get it in his mouth, and after he like got it, if you tried to like tug on it and pull it away from him, he growled. He was like,
Look at that happy tail.
It was the fucking cutest thing ever. Like,
Baby, we
because
will
he never
She
did
has been annoying me ever since I
take
got
my
home.
picture now.
This is why I'm like getting sick with it, because I played with her, and then she took a nap, and then she came back an hour later, and it has been obsessive with me. And Chloe wanted to play, so I was playing with Chloe, and then Clara jumped on Chloe and made Chloe go away, and I continued to play. And then I was like, okay.
I really want to get for them one of those little cat toys that like rolls around on its own.
I already
Like,
did. I actually have it. I threw it out because I don't play with it. It was a laser toy specifically, because I like the laser
oh
toys.
yeah, doing it again.
And it rolls around on their own.
Okay, that makes my
Kara
choice so much easier.
stared at it.
Play Ultimate Revolution.
Watched
Purchase.
it.
It's gotta
And
give
then
it to
Chloe looked at it and was like, whatever, and walked away.
the one I'm
I was like,
had like freaking feathers on it, so I figured. I remember you saying one of your cats like
Kara
feathers,
likes feathers.
and it's like a
Bitch for
ball,
It's crazy.
and it like rolls around and like not squeaks, but like almost like they bird chirps, and like it was a thing. It was like fucking $70.
I thought we had a repeat of the Dark and Darker situation.
Yeah, no, but it
I
was
just
like
worry about buying something like that just because I did buy a laser toy ball that rolled around on its own. I didn't play with it at all. That was like
Prior
$50.
took a second, and I still miss it.
And Kara loves feather toys to the point that she just destroys them until they don't have feathers
I
anymore.
remember the first time I saw someone I miss her or something like that was in Valorant. Like it was a clip.
my
of a
mom
guy named
had a
Mister
cat
just
named
destroyed
Sugar
the enemy team.
who loved feather toys too much.
And they're
It was
like,
we had him on a fishing line. We would get it in his mouth, and after he like got it, if you tried to like tug on it and pull it away from him, he'd growl. He was like, Like, because you never did anything impressive. It was what?
No, it was just Kara doesn't grow. I've never heard any of them growl. The most I've ever heard them do is hiss at the poor fucking beds. But Kara does play tug of war. With toys. And Chloe doesn't play with the toys, like the rods. Chloe likes this part. The string, or the rod itself, or the handle. This part of the toy, not interesting. This part of the toy is interesting. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I'm doing it again.
Okay, that makes my choice so much easier. Just play Ultimate Revolution Karthus. It's gotta give it to me, right? Sins was fun last time. And we need a tank.
No, why? Why you do this the moment we queue into a league game and I'm on bay?
They want my ass.
Stop it, bitch.
Getting called bitch for the titties out is crazy work.
No, that
You run, bitch. All these people around you blind my ass.
My stomach is being a bitch.
I mean, that's what it's supposed to do.
I thought we had a repeat of the dark situation.
So, you're gonna be blind half this game, bro. You're the only option, really.
I just made that lock take so much damage. I'll let it hit him into the tower, though.
Friar tucked the second, and I still miss him.
I didn't get the KP. I didn't get
I
the.
remember the first time I saw someone named I miss her or something like that was in Valorant. Like it was a clip of a guy named I missed her and just destroyed the enemy team. like.
No, I'm not gonna live very much longer. It's more useful.
Like. I don't even remember what was said, but I know it was funny.
I'll have to do some goofy shit because I have my item.
It's gonna be an uncomfortable league game, evidently. My body decided to wait until we start queued up to fucking go. You need to shit. That Graves doesn't have flash. He has snowball heal.
Alright. Stop eating garbage.
fucking Tino again.
God damn! The aggression is real! Can I just say how glad I am to be back to like normal league item prices?
Right? Oh god, classics is too expensive. Especially on my fucking support card.
I can confirm there's someone in this bush and just watched them feed this poro that I fed. Be careful about feeding that poro, but
God damn.
wow.
I was in the wrong time.
No, I know who it was. Oh God! Woo! They want my ass.
Not sure why. I'm the one that broke the truce.
Fuck you, Tito, you rotten bitch. There's all these people around you blind my ass.
I mean, that's what he's supposed to do. Because we got an AP, because our MF is AP as well.
Sadly, I don't think any of them were low because they executed. Bitches. What's it like, bitch?
So,
Someone tried to kill me.
you're gonna be blind half this game, bro. You're the only option, really.
I just made that lock take so much damage. If a lead hit him into the tower, though.
I didn't get the KP. I didn't get to. It's great. Is it? No, I'm not gonna live very much longer. It's more useful on you. I'm about to do some goofy shit because that might happen.
Goddamn lock.
Rat-ass Timo.
Man, dove into a whole fucking team to kill him.
Fucking Derek said, earn your penta, bitch.
God damn! The aggression is real! Can I just say how glad I am to be back to like normal league item prices?
Right? Oh god, classic's too expensive, man. Especially on my fucking support art.
It's been like the worst main run for offense ever. Jesus. Yeah, she actually got good on this. Yeah, critical rhythm. Like, granted, I have critical miss panic compared to Penny Edge. I just don't have my Penny Edge because I got it so late. And my shit was full. God damn, okay, that seems fair.
The snow, though. So unfortunate. here. We lose. No. Derek, no.
I've been kind of doing that all game.
Yeah.
Like, he's
That was solo dolo. That was so rough. I pinged it.
been like running in solo, and it's like, bro.
Oh well. Fun Karthus game. No Ultimate Revolution though.
Is that the one that lowers your cooldown on your ultimate by like a lot?
It gives you a double, yeah, and a double cast.
Oh.
You can cast it right after casting your first one.
I fucked Tarek. Literally, every time I was up and wanting to ult, he was dead.
Look how close the damage was on our team.
Sadly, I don't think any of them were low because they
That's crazy.
executed.
Everyone had like equal.
I did more damage than that.
That's not surprising.
He was blind half the game.
So yeah, fucking blind, outranged by Trist. Fucking just like the only thing I was doing consistently was cutting that gank like barrels. He kept like throwing down like barrels to do a double barrel, and I kept shooting the barrel that was closest to him and taking it away from him and then killing the other one before he could get to it. I did it to him like 6 times. I know that man had to be mad as hell.
fucking Derek said, earn your pinta, bitch. So bullshit.
Wait. I'm sad.
Oh, I just fucking DC. That was really cool. That's fucking DC'd. I heard.
Was that just your game, dude?
Yeah, my game, my internet, everything like shit, but just like a second or two. It was enough for me to just walk it.
That's brutal.
Whoever flashed into that Timo thing,
Rat focused my ass. Lucky.
I don't even know how he got behind me. Like, we should have been able to see him.
You got draw your sword, so that's been wild.
this has been like the worst Bane run for augments ever.
Transmuted, draw your sword. He took a random prismatic and got that. That's so bad. But I wonder if his invis range is based on his attack range. I don't know if it is.
Attack range could be.
Damn.
Jesus.
Yeah, she actually got good augments. I did not. Yeah, critical rhythm. Like, you're gonna have critical missile and upgraded infinity edge. I just don't have my infinity edge because I got it so late. And my shit was full. God damn, okay, that seems fair.
unfortunate.
I really love just DCing randomly. It's so great. Zero warning, just suddenly I'm disconnected.
I triggered ethereal weapons 102 times.
Fucking crazy.
I just can't fucking move because I'm literally being CC'd to death every fucking time. My
I just
CC
get
has
jump
been.
scared and killed by fucking Twitch.
Oh god damn it.
If he dies here, we lose. No. Derek, no.
He's been kind of doing that all game.
Yeah.
Like, he's...
That was so dull. That was so
I
rough.
was tearing him up.
I pinged it.
It was all
Been,
But I'm
like,
literally getting 100 to 0 as the melee side.
running in solo, and it's like,
God, lawyers.
bro.
Yeah, draw your sword is underrated on ADCs.
It's very, very good on people who already have like a really long range, and Twitch can just abuse it because his ultimate makes him the longest range ADC in the game. Like,
Oh well.
Trynd said she wants to go
Fun
to
part this game. No Ultimate Revolution now.
I have two cats who have harassed me from 6 p.m. to
Is that the
1.
one that lowers your cooldown on your ultimate by like a lot?
It gives you a double, yeah, and it double cast.
Oh.
Cast it right after casting your first one.
Good night.
Is that how much longer do you think you'll be up?
Quite a while.
Terror. Literally every time I was up and wanting to ult,
But I'm good either
he
way. I'll
was
probably
dead.
jump back over to Dark and
Look
Dark.
how close the damage was on a team.
I'll play a couple more with
League or darker?
Not quite ready to go to bed.
It's crazy. Everyone has
That is crazy.
Cool.
I did more damage than Dad.
It's not surprising.
He was blind at the game.
So sad, and yeah, fucking blind, outranged by Trist, fucking just, like, the only thing I was doing consistently was cucking that Gangplank's barrels. He kept, like, throwing down, like, barrels to do a double barrel, and I kept shooting the barrel that was closest to him and taking it away from him and then killing the other one before he could get to it. I did it to him like 6 times. I know that man had to be mad as hell.
Wait, was that Gabe? Hello?
This is a character I wouldn't mind getting upgraded Infinity Edge on.
Except on one trap, it just ate shit.
Oh no.
Wow, that bigger wall's preventing my headshot. That's annoying.
Nice, Dill. Wait, that's not you. Oh, you got Briar. Nice.
Yeah, I'm higher.
Nice, we got the tower in 3 minutes. That's something I have to start focusing on more. Like, we could do that in so many games. Yeah, we all got our heart steal before 4 minutes. That's crazy.
Right?
Oh.
That was
That
awesome.
was
Need
a.
that heart steal step
That
bigger.
was a.
Yeah.
Neat
Oh, I ate Daisy. I was trying to eat the Tristana and I ate Daisy. Pets gobbled one. That's crazy.
You know, like there was a thing for eating the pet.
Oh yeah. I think it counts as like a champion stack. I'm almost positive. Or a large monster, whatever. Card steal. Okay, yeah, dropkick. Yeah.
It's not disgusting as fuck on here or anything.
Yeah, that was crazy. His first spin killed them all. Because the damage it does,
Can't move.
the damage it does to
goddamn.
the champions, like the splat when it splashes
Oh,
together,
thank
is
you.
crazy. I've seen too many like quadras from it, pentas. Because you know, 2 or 3 of like you get 3 of them to splash together, that's 900 extra damage. Each.
Ah, no.
Yeah, I interacted with Mel with one spell. And she kills me off screen.
That's coming. That's all the way. That's all the thirst in his eyes. Oh shit! Like in front.
Gosh, this game's gonna go too fast. I'm not gonna get tanky.
That's so bullshit.
White. Jungle was sad.
Oh, I just fucking DC'd. That was really cool. That's fucking DC'd.
Oh jeez.
I heard.
Was that just your game, dude?
Yeah, my internet evidently shit the bed for just like a second or two, and it was enough for me to just walk into them.
Brutal.
focused my ass. Like,
That's the first FF I've seen in a long time in this.
Yeah. I just DC'd
I
again.
don't know how he got behind me.
Like, I don't know why my internet just randomly keeps dropping.
Like, we should have been able to see him.
All over me, and I just DC'd. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm done.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. GG's.
you gotta draw your sword. That's fucking wild.
Grants muted, draw your sword. He took a random prismatic and got that. That's so bad. But I wonder if his invis range is based on his attack range. I don't know if it is.
Attack range, it could be. I really love just DCing randomly. It's so great. Zero warning, just suddenly I'm disconnected.
upgrade ethereal weapons 102 times.
Fucking crazy.
I just can't fucking move because I'm literally being CC'd to death every fucking time. My
I just
CC
get
has
jump
been.
scared and killed by fucking Twitch.
I kind of want to go to bed.
That's fair.
That was crazy. I'll turn them up.
I've no doubt, but I was literally getting 100 to 0'd as the melee style ADC by a Twitch who got draw your sword.
Yeah, draw your sword is underrated on ADCs.
It's very, very good on people who already have like a really long range, and Twitch can just abuse it because his ultimate makes him the longest range ADC in the game. Like, I thought she wants to go to bed.
You can keep playing if you want. I have two cats who have harassed me from 6 p.m. till now, and I'm just getting tired. Like, I was already having a bad day, and I don't want to take it on the two of them, so I'm just gonna go to bed.
Okay.
And
Sure
good
you
night,
don't want me to come to bed with you?
You don't have
to if you don't want to. Like, I just wanna go lay down. Good night.
How much longer do you think you'll be up?
Quite a while. But I'm good at it, man. I'll probably jump back over to Dark and Darker. Yeah.
I'll play a couple more with you at least.
League or Dark?
I'm quite ready to go to bed. League. Wow.
A poor beaker.
Right? Stepped on one trap and just ate shit.
Nice, Dill. Wait, that's not you. Oh, you got Briar. Nice.
Yeah, Briar.
Nice, we got the tower in 3 minutes. That's something I have to start focusing on more. Like, we could do that in so many games. Yeah, we all got our hearts still before 4 minutes. That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna need that heart still stack, Vagar. Yeah. Taking tower shots. Yeah. Oh, I ate Daisy. I was trying to eat the Tristana and I ate Daisy. That's gobbled one. That's crazy.
I didn't even know, like, there was a thing for eating the pet.
Oh yeah. I think it counts as like a champion stack, I'm almost positive. Or a large monster, whatever. Heart steal. Okay, yeah, drop kick. Yeah.
It's not disgusting as fuck on Garen or anything.
Yeah, that was crazy. His first spin killed them all. Because the damage it does, the damage it does to the champions, like the splat when it splashes together, is crazy. I've seen too many like quadras from it, fences. You know, 2 or 3 of them, like you get 3 of them to splash together, that's 900 extra damage. Each. Yeah. I interacted with Mel once though. She killed me off screen.
Was coming. That's it. I saw the thirst in his eyes. Ah, shit! Collected in proc.
It's just gonna go too fast. I'm not gonna get tanky.
Back here. embarrassing the fuck out of me. I'm 2-5-19. Help! Fucking Riven, like for real, bitch. Oh, I just DC'd again.
That's the first FF I've seen in a long time. This.
Yeah, I just DC'd again there at the end. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. Like, I don't know why my internet just randomly keeps dropping, but like that Riven was all over me, and I just DC'd. And I was just like, fuck it, I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you do, Jinx.
found something there, something so valuable that it transformed 9 impoverished knights into the richest and most powerful order in Christendom within a single generation. And this legend planted in the deep memory of the Western esoteric tradition a question that has never been answered and never let go of. What did the Knights Templar find beneath the temple? Today we're going to follow that question honestly, and that means following it on 2 levels at once. On the level of history, I'll tell you plainly documented history of the Knights Templar needs no embellishment. It's dramatic enough on its own. So here are the facts. The order was founded, as the records attest, around 1119 by a group of French knights under Hugo de Bayern in the aftermath of the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem. King Baldwin II granted them quarters in the captured Alaska Mosque on the Temple Mount, a building the Crusaders believed to be the Temple of Solomon itself, and it's from that royal residence on the mount that the order took its full name. For their first years, they were few and genuinely poor. Then Bernard of Clairvaux championed their cause. The Council of Troyes gave them a formal rule in 1129, and they grew with astonishing speed into a transnational power. The standing army of warrior monks, exempt from the local authority, answerable only to the Pope, endowed with land across Europe and the East. They became the bankers of the medieval world. They developed instruments of credit that let a pilgrim deposit funds in Paris and withdraw them in Jerusalem. They held the treasure of kings. They financed the crowns of Europe, and that wealth is what drew the jealousy of a monarch. On Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, King Philip IV of France, deep in debt to the order and hungry for his treasury, had the Templars of France arrested all at once. Under torture, he charged them with heresy, with blasphemy, with the denial of Christ, with the worship of an idol called Baphomet, and with obscene initiation rites. Under torture, many confessed, and later many recanted. Pope Clement V, pressured by the French crown, suppressed the order in 1312, and in 1314, the last Grandmaster, Jacques de Molay, was burned at the stake in Paris. The tradition says that he summoned his persecutors to God's judgment from the flames, and interestingly, within the year, both the Pope and the King were dead. Now, integrity forces us to admit certain things before we go any further. The charges of 1307, the idol, the blasphemies, the secret rites, were extracted under torture by a king who wanted the Templar money, and modern historians, supported by the rediscovery in 2001 of the Chinon parchment, which records the Pope's own secret absolution of the order's leaders, largely regard those charges as fabrication. And the connection between the medieval Templars and modern Freemasonry, asserted by many esoteric writers since the 18th century, has never been proven by an unbroken documentary chain. Most absolute strictness, the third commandment forbade taking the name in vain, and the tradition extended that into a reverent practice of not pronouncing it at all. In its place, when the text was read aloud, the reader would substitute another word, most often Adonai, meaning my lord, and in later usage simply Hashem, which means with perfect economy, the name. There was a single exception, and it is the heart of the matter. On the Day of Atonement, or Yom Kippur, the high priest entered the Holy of Holies, the one man permitted into the one place on the one day, and there, according to the rabbinic tradition, he pronounced the name in its fullness, the only utterance of the true name allowed in all the year, spoken at the ritual center of the world, and when the people heard it, they fell to the ground. This was the living link between the name and the temple. The true name was spoken aloud in only one place on earth, the innermost chamber of the house, built to contain the presence that the name named. And then, as previously mentioned, the temple was destroyed and the link was severed. With the end of the sacrificial priesthood, the annual utterance stopped, and the correct sounding of the tetragrammaton, passed down by the priest, spoken only in that guarded chamber, was lost. The written letters remained in every scroll, but the way they were sounded passed out of living knowledge. The popular forms you sometimes hear today are modern scholarly reconstructions, which is exactly why I won't try to vocalize it here. The tradition's own reverence is the right posture. A manufactured pronunciation will be both false and irreverent. So consider what the destruction of the temple really meant in this light. It was not only the loss of a building, it was the loss of the place where the name was spoken, and with it the loss of the name's living sound. The true word of God gone silent, buried under the ruin of the sanctuary that had been built around its utterance, a lost name beneath a lost temple. There's a legend preserved in the higher degrees of Freemasonry and drawing on far older Jewish and apocryphal sources that tells of the preservation of the lost name across the destruction of worlds. It centers on Enoch, the patriarch of whom the book of Genesis says in a single haunting verse that he walked with God and he was not, for God took him. The man who did not die but was carried living in a single haunting verse that he walked with God and he was not, for God took him. The man who did not die but was carried living into heaven. Around his figure grew an immense literature, the books of Enoch, in which he ascends through the heavens, beholds the secrets of creation, and receives the hidden knowledge of the cosmos. The Masonic legend of Enoch tells it this way. Enoch foresaw that the world would be destroyed by a double catastrophe, first flood, then fire, and so he resolved to carry the most sacred knowledge, the cataclysm to come. He had received in a vision the ineffable name of God, and to preserve it, he built in the bowels of a mountain a series of 9 vaults, one beneath another, descending into the earth, and in the deepest vault he laid a triangular plate of gold and engraved upon it the true name. He also, it is said, to have raised 2 pillars, one of brass to survive water and one of marble to survive fire, and on them he inscribed the whole sum of human knowledge, so that whichever catastrophe came, a record will remain. Then the knowledge was hidden, the vaults were sealed, the flood came, and the location of that deepest vault and the golden plate within it was lost to the world. Look at the shape of this story, because it is the same shape we just saw, a true name engraved, hidden in the deepest of the 9 descending vaults beneath the earth, lost across the destruction of the world. And the legend continues. Its continuation is the exact bridge back to the temple. When Solomon, generations later, came to build his temple on Mount Moriah, the legend holds that the excavations for the foundation broke by providence into those long buried vaults of Enoch, and that the deepest vault with its golden plate
watch. Boom. Wow, that was crazy. Okay. That's what I said. And look, the app shows your saved spend number right from your home screen, so you never overspend again. Pretty low number. She's learning. Well, what's the app called? Rocket Money. Oh, says it right there.
These two pillars of Enoch raised to carry knowledge through the world's destruction belong to a wider tradition, and that connection deepens the mystery. In the genealogy of Genesis before the flood, there lived the line of Cain down to Lamech, and the children of Lamech were the founders of the arts of civilization. Jabal, the father of those who dwell in tents and keep cattle. Jubal, the father of all who handle the harp and the pipe, the origin of music. Tubal-Cain, the forger of every tool of bronze and iron, the first metal worker. And their sister, Namah, named in some traditions among them. These were the bringers of the practical and the harmonic arts, the founders of the crafts on which all building and all culture rests. And the legend preserved by the ancient historian Josephus and carried into the Masonic tradition holds that this line, knowing the destruction was coming, inscribed their accumulated knowledge upon two pillars, one that water could not dissolve and one that fire could not consume, so that the arts might survive the flood. You see the motif repeating is the same as the pillars of Enoch, two pillars built to defeat the two catastrophes, carrying the wisdom of the world across its destruction. These traditions interweave, and then the pillars appear a third time at the temple itself. When Solomon raised his house, he set at its porch two great pillars of bronze. The Hebrew text names them Jachin and Boaz, and they stood at the threshold of the sanctuary. And these two pillars have become among the most enduring symbols in the whole Western esoteric tradition, the gateway through which one passes into the holy. Two opposed powers reconcile into the single passage they frame. So watch the dots connect. The preservers of that first world, the children of Lamech and the patriarch Enoch, fix the wisdom of the world upon pillars against the coming catastrophe. The wisdom passes through the flood. It descends along the channels this legend traces to the builders of the temple, where the pillars rise again at the threshold of the house of the name. And the deepest of that wisdom, the name itself, lies engraved on a golden plate into the vault beneath the floor. The recovery of that lost name is the explicit climax of one of the most significant degrees in all of Freemasonry, the Royal Arch. And whatever you conclude about the history of the fraternity, the symbolic drama it preserves is the purest distillation of everything we've been tracing. Start with the central degree of the Master Mason, the degree on which the whole of the craft is built. It turns upon a loss. In its legend, the secret word, the true name that belonged to the master builders of the temple, is lost through the death of the chief architect Haram Aviv. He is slain rather than surrender it, and in his death the genuine word passes out of the world. The craft is left with a substitute word, a temporary token used in the language of the ritual until future generations should find out the right. This is the great secret hidden in plain sight at the very heart of Masonry, that what the Master Mason most essentially possesses is the knowledge that the true word has been lost, and that he holds only a substitute in its place. The Royal Arch degree is the recovery, and in the 18th century, he searched for the lost name through a handful of Jewish Kabbalists and Frankist mystics towards the esoteric fringes of Freemasonry, to orders such as the Asiatic Brethren, where Christian and Jewish seekers met over the same lost word. But that is a story for another time, when we shall discuss the
Sign up now for just $5 a month.
Y'all are so stupid for buying on Amazon. When you click below, you'll get 4 of these sticks. Free mystery gifts, and we're throwing in a free pack of NeuroGum. Perfect. It's a quick drying.
Palantir, before manufacturing the political rise of his former employee, J.D. Vance, Teal was writing philosophical papers on the dangers of the biblical apocalypse. So what does a man worth $28 billion have to say about the Antichrist? And why is a close advisor to the Pope labeling him a heretic because of it?
wall tunnels so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle, 1948 was a miracle, 1967 was a miracle, 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not us. The reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not us. The capital was a miracle, and there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not us.
In the ruins of the most sacred site on earth, 9 knights were an oath of poverty and took up a strange commission. Their stated purpose was to protect Christian pilgrims on the roads of the newly conquered Holy Land. Yet, for the better part of a decade, these 9 did something odd. They admitted no new members. They mounted no recorded patrols. Of the roads, and instead they lived on the Temple Mount of Jerusalem in quarters the king had granted them atop the very platform where the Temple of Solomon had once stood. They took their name from it. They became the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, later known as the Knights Templar, and a legend has clung to them for 9 centuries that in those silent early years they were not guarding roads at all. They were, in fact, digging. The legends say they tunneled beneath the platform down into the vaults and cavities under the vanished temple, and that they found something there, something so valuable that it transformed 9 impoverished knights into the richest and most powerful order in Christendom within a single generation. And this legend planted in the deep memory of the Western esoteric tradition a question that has never been answered and never let go of. What did the Knights Templar find beneath the temple? Today we're going to follow that question honestly, and that means following it on 2 levels at once. on the level of history, I'll tell you plainly what the documents support and what they do not. Because few subjects in the Western imagination have been buried under more invention than this one. And on the level of meaning, we'll take the legend completely seriously because a story that has gripped the initiated mind for 900 years is telling the truth, whether or not it is telling a fact. And the truth it tells turns out to be one of the deepest teachings in the history of mankind. From the secret vaults of the Royal Arch degree in Freemasonry to the movements that even today dream of raising the temple once again, the answer the legend circles in all its form is a name. And to understand why the recovery of a name could be the secret beneath the temple, we have to begin with the temple itself and with the god whose name will not be spoken. Before we go further, a quick word. For 3 years, this channel spoke through an AI voice. Starting today, that changes. This is my own voice and my own face, and what I'm doing here is really out of my comfort zone. So apologies if some pronunciations are not perfect or the content seems a bit rigid at first. I am still getting used to it. Anyway, the decision to transition from anonymity happened mostly because I want the connection between us to be real, and the old format no longer cuts it for me, as a flood of AI channels have basically ruined what I was trying to do, some of them in a predatory way, killing the reach I was able to build organically in the past. But this project must endure, and I believe I have a duty to all of you watching this to continue what I have set out to do despite the hardships. So, if any of this resonates with you, a like and a comment will genuinely go further than you think. They're what puts this work in front of the next seeker, and if you want to go deeper, my page of study group and courses are there for you. Seek them in the video description and the pinned comment if the content speaks to you. Thank specify, without the sound of iron tools on the sacred site, the stone was dressed elsewhere and assembled in silence. Hold on to that detail, because it will matter more than you expect. At its heart lay the Holy of Holies, or the Sivir, a perfect cube of a chamber that no one might enter save the High Priest, and he only once a year on the Day of Atonement. Within it rested the Ark of the Covenant, and above the Ark, between the wings of the two golden cherubim, the tradition placed the Shekinah, the indwelling presence of God. This was the most concentrated point of holiness in the entire religious world of the ancient Near East, and access to it was guarded by gradations of sanctity as real to the priesthood as any other physical wall. But then, that temple was destroyed in 586 before Common Era. The armies of Babylon burned it and carried the people into exile, and the Ark itself vanished from history. Its fate became one of the first great unanswered questions that won't decide. The Hebrew Bible does not say what became of it, but later legend in many forms say it was hidden, and the place of its hiding had been sought ever since, beneath the mount, in the deserts of Arabia, in the highlands of Ethiopia, and in the very vaults the Templars are said to have explored. A second temple was built by the returning exiles, dedicated around 516 before the Common Era, but according to the later sources, into this restored temple the Ark did not return. The Holy of Holies of the Second Temple stood empty. Remember that, because it matters to everything that follows. An empty Holy of Holies is a sanctuary built around an absence, a throne waiting for what is no longer there. Centuries later, Herod the Great enlarged the Second Temple into one of the wonders the Roman world. He raised the vast retaining platform whose surviving western flank is the western wall that still stands today. And then, in the year 70 of the Common Era, in the crushing of the Jewish revolt, the legions of Rome burned this temple to the ground, just as Babylon had burned the first, and ever since it has never been rebuilt. But the platform remained, and beneath it ran the cisterns, the passages, and the vaults of Herod's substructure, and it was onto this platform 1,000 years later that the Templars built their home. The documented history of the Knights Templar needs no embellishment. It's dramatic enough on its own. So, here are the facts. The order was founded as the records attest around 1119 by a group of French knights under Good Mayhem in the aftermath of the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem. King Baldwin II granted them quarters in the captured Alaska Mosque. On the Temple Mount, a building the Crusaders believed to be the Temple of Solomon itself, and its fronted royal residence on Council of Troyes gave them a formal rule in 1129, and they grew with astonishing speed into a transnational power, a standing army of warrior monks exempt from the local authority, answerable only to the Pope, endowed with lands across Europe and the East. They became the bankers of the medieval world. They developed instruments of credit that let the pilgrim deposit funds in Paris and withdraw them in Jerusalem. They held the treasure of kings. They financed the crowns of Europe, and that wealth is what drew the jealousy of a monarch. On Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, King Philip IV of France, dipping back to the order and hungry for his treasury, had the Templars of France arrested all at once. Under torture, he charged them with heresy, with blasphemy, with the denial of Christ, with the worship of an idol called Baphomet, and with obscene initiation rites. Under torture, many confessed, and later many recanted. Pope Clement V, pressured by the French crown, suppressed the order in 1312, and in 1314, the last grandmaster, Jacques de Molay, was burned at the stake in Paris. The tradition said that he summoned his persecutors to God judgment from the flame, and interestingly, within the year, both the Pope and the King were dead. Now, integrity forces us to admit certain things before we go any further. The charges of 1307, the idol, the blasphemies, the secret rites, were extracted under torture by a king who wanted the Templar money, and modern historians, supported by the rediscovery in 2001 of the Chain of Parchment, which records the Pope's own secret absolution of the order's leaders, largely regard those charges as fabrication, and the connection between the medieval Templars and modern Freemasonry, asserted by many esoteric writers since the 18th century, has never been proven by an unbroken documentary chain. Most scholars regard the Templar degrees of later Masonry as commemorative invention, not literal descent, and yet, when you clear the inventions away, the residue is still extraordinary. An order of warrior monks headquartered for nearly 2 centuries on the most sacred and most hallowed platform on earth, rose inexplicably fast to fabulous wealth, were destroyed on charges of a hidden idolatrous secret, and around whom almost immediately a legend crystallized that they had found something beneath the temple. The legend is not history, but the legend is itself a historical fact of the greatest importance, and that's because of what it claims they found, and because that claim lines up with uncanny precision with the teaching preserved in an entirely separate stream of the tradition, a teaching I believe you need to understand. Sort the legends of the Templar discovery honestly by their age, and they fulfilling sequence because the treasure grows more spiritual as the centuries pass. The earliest guesses were material. They imagined gold, the literal treasure of the order. Later imagination reached relics. The Templars were said to have recovered the Ark of the Covenant, lost since Babylon. Or the Holy Grail in the romances that wove the order into the Arthurian legend, or the burial shroud that some later connects to the cloth venerated at Turin, or the head of an idol that mysterious Baphomet of the trial records, which modern writers have read as agnostic evidence, a garbling of Muhammad's name, or in the hands of one of 19th century occultists who drew his famous God-headed image, a symbol of the reconciliation of opposites, and later still, and this is the reading that concerns us the most, the treasure became knowledge, lost scrolls, hidden gospels, the secret teachings of an inner tradition, and at the deepest layer of the legend, a certain word which the Jewish people have been forbidden to utter.
I thought it was a joke at first. Then I started scrolling. This looks amazing. And this one too. There are way more choices than I expected. If you spot something you like, don't overthink it. Just grab it before it's gone.
At the center of the religion of Israel stands a name, and at the center of that name stands a silence. The God center of the world, and when the people heard it, they fell to the ground. This was the living link between the name and the temple. The true name was spoken aloud in only one place on earth, the innermost chamber of the house, built to contain the presence that the name named. And then, as previously mentioned, the temple was destroyed and the link was severed. With the end of the sacrificial priesthood, the annual utterance stopped, and the correct sounding of the tetragrammaton, passed down by the priest, spoken only in that guarded chamber, was lost. The written letters remained in every scroll, but the way they were sounded passed out of living knowledge. The popular forms you sometimes hear today are modern scholarly reconstructions, which is exactly why I won't try to vocalize it here. The tradition's own reverence is the right posture. A manufactured pronunciation will be both false and irreverent. So consider what the destruction of the temple really meant in his life. It was not only the loss of a building, it was the loss of the place where the name was spoken, and with it, the loss of the name's living sound. The true word of God goes silent, buried under the ruin of the sanctuary that had been built around its utterance, a lost name beneath a lost temple. There's a legend preserved in the higher degrees of Freemasonry and drawing on far older Jewish and apocryphal sources that tells of the preservation of the lost name across the destruction of worlds. It centers on Enoch, the patriarch of whom the book of Genesis says in a single pointing verse that he walked with God and he was not, for God took him. The man who did not die but was carried living in a single pointing verse that God, and he was not, or God took him. The man who did not die but was carried living into heaven. Around his figure grew an immense literature, the books of Enoch, in which he ascends through the heavens, beholds the secrets of creation, and receives the hidden knowledge of the cosmos. The Masonic legend of Enoch tells it this way. Enoch foresaw that the world would be destroyed by a double catastrophe. First, flood, then fire. And so, he resolved to carry the most sacred knowledge, the cataclysm to come. He had received in a vision the ineffable name God, and to preserve it, he built in the bowels of a mountain a series so that whichever catastrophe came, a record would remain. Then the knowledge was hidden, the vaults were sealed, the flood came, and the location of that deepest vault and the golden plate within it was lost to the world. Look at the shape of this story, because it is the same shape we just saw, a true name engraved, hidden in the deepest of the 9 descending vaults beneath the earth, lost across the destruction of the world, and the legend continues. Its continuation is the exact bridge back to the temple when Solomon, generations later, came to build his temple on Mount Moriah. The legend holds the excavations for the foundation broke by Providence into those long buried vaults of Enoch, and that the deepest vault with its golden plate bearing the name was found directly beneath the ground where the Holy of Holies would rise. The temple in this telling was built directly above the hidden vault of the lost name. The house of the name raised over the buried name itself. But let me be clear about what this is. It is sacred legend, the symbolic inheritance of the initiating degrees. It is not documented history, and I'm not offering it as one. I'm offering it as the carrier of a meaning. But now, hold the two images side by side. The Templar legend and the Enoch legend, and feel how they rhyme. Knights quartered on the Temple Mount, digging into the walls beneath the platform and finding something of immense value, and the patriarch's hidden vaults beneath the same mount, holding the engraved name of God. The legends were made to converge, and at the point where they meet stands the lost word.
Pro baseball changes every night for your take on Calci now.
Excuse me, hey, Chris, I will buy you lunch if you can tell me how many subscriptions you're paying for. I only have like 3, trust me. That's what everyone says. Let me download the graphic when you your phone and see if you're right. Wow, so you actually have 23, which is costing you $550 a month. No, that can't be. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. Yes. And it also says you're paying for a second DoorDash account, which means you're going to buy me lunch. So now I have to call and cancel these? No. You can cancel them right in the app. All it takes is just a few taps. Watch. Boom. Wow, that was super easy. Okay. That's what I said. And look, the app shows your safe PIN number right from your home screen, so you never overspend again. It's a pretty low number. She's learning. Well, what's the app? Rocket money. Tell her right there. Alright. Cool.
was coming, inscribed their accumulated knowledge upon two pillars. One that water will not dissolve, and one that fire will not consume, so that the arts might survive the blood. You see, the motif repeating is the same as the pillars of Enoch, two pillars built to defeat the two catastrophes, carrying the wisdom of the world across its destruction. These traditions interweave, and then the pillars appear a third time at the temple itself. When Solomon raised his house, he set at its porch two great pillars of bronze. The Hebrew text names them Jachin and Boaz, and they stood at the threshold of the sanctuary. And these two pillars have become among the most enduring symbols in the whole Western esoteric tradition, the gateway through which one passes into the holy. Two opposed powers reconciled into the single passage they frame. So, watch the dots connect. The preservers of that first world, the children of Lamech and the patriarch Enoch, fix the wisdom of the world upon pillars against the coming catastrophe. The wisdom passes through the blood, it descends along the channels. This legend traced to the builders of the temple, where the pillars rise again at the threshold of the house of the name, and the deepest of that wisdom, the name itself, lies engraved on a golden plate into the vault beneath the floor. The recovery of that lost name is the explicit climax of one of the most significant decrees in all of Freemasonry, the Royal Arch. And whatever you conclude about the history of the fraternity, the symbolic drama it preserves is the purest distillation of everything we've been tracing. Start with the central degree, the Master Mason, the degree in which the whole of the craft is built. It turns upon Alas. In its legend, the secret word, the true name that belongs to the master builders of the temple, is lost through the death of the chief architect Harambee. He is slain rather than surrender it, and in his death, the genuine word passes out of the world. The craft is left with a substitute word, a temporary token used in the language of the ritual, until future generations should find out the right. This is the great secret hidden in plain sight at the very heart of Masonry. That what the Master Mason most essentially possesses is the knowledge that the true word has been lost, and that he holds only a substitute in its place. The Royal Arch degree is the recovery, and in the 18th century, the search for the lost name through a handful of Jewish Kabbalists and Frankist mystics towards the esoteric pages of Freemasonry to orders such as the Asiatic Brethren, where Christian and Jewish seekers met over the same lost word. But that is a story for another time when we shall discuss the convent of William mastered on both of the levels we've kept in view this whole time. On the surface of documented history, I'll say it without evasion. We do not know that the Templars found anything beneath the temple mount. The evidence that they even dug there at all is inference, not record. Anyone who tells you as an established fact that the Knights Templar recovered the Ark or the Grail or the name of God beneath Solomon's temple is selling you a certainty the sources simply do not support. But now, let me make a deliberate move into speculation, and I'll mark it as exactly that, because this question deserves to be followed to the level where it stops being merely unanswerable and starts being illuminating. Suppose the legends are right, not necessarily about the physical event, but about the meaning they hold independently and code three separate streams of tradition: the Enoch, the Templar, and the Masonic, converge on a single image with a precision that is itself remarkable when traditions that do not depend on one another arrive at the very same image. The esotericist learns to suspect that the image is carrying something real, whatever the status of the event is being dropped over, and what it carries read at the level of meaning is this: that the most precious thing humanity ever possessed was the name, the true word that joins the human to the divine, that this word was lost in a catastrophe, buried beneath the ruins of the sanctuary that once contained its utterance, and that it remains there still in the deep vault, waiting to be recovered by those willing to descend and dig. Whether a physical plate of gold ever lay beneath that mount is, at this level, besides the point. The name beneath the temple is a truth about the human condition, and to understand it, we finally had to ask what the temple itself, in the esoteric readings, actually is. Am I the only one feeling old TVs in the scale? And I found this old TV on Facebook Marketplace, and I thought I'd make a review over the snails in our studio. So I took out all the electronics and I had all of the Western mystery tradition has read the Temple of Solomon as more than a building, and that reading is the key that unlocks everything. The temple is a model of the cosmos. Its three divisions: the outer court, the single place at all. The Holy of Holies is the deepest interior, the point of contact between the soul and its source. The destruction of the temple is therefore the catastrophe of the human condition, the fall by which the inner sanctuary was ruined, and the presence within it was lost to conscious awareness, and that empty Holy of Holies of the second temple, the sanctuary built around an absence. Remember that? That is the condition of fallen humanity, a being still shaped by a center it can no longer find. How to separate for a present it has forgotten how to summon, and the lost name, buried in the vault beneath the ruined sanctuary, is the forgotten truth at the bottom of the self, the true word, the real identity, the divine signature, sealed under the rubble of the fall, waiting in the deepest vault for the one who will descend to recover it. Now, here we cross from history and the legend into the world they were always beneath the surface describing. The temple to be rebuilt is the one you are. Every element of the legend read as an instruction instead of a chronicle maps into an operation you can actually undertake, and the whole accumulated mystery, the temple, the vault, the lost name, resolves into a single labor, the recovery of the true name buried at the center of the cell. Consider what the legend is telling you to do when you read it as a map of the inner world. The temple lies in ruins, which means the human being begins this world already fallen. The inner sanctuary buried under the rubble of a lifetime's accumulation, the presence within it, long forgotten. The true name is love, which means the seeker does not know at the start his own deepest identity, the divine word that he is. He holds only a substitute, the temporary token carried until future generations should find out the right, and the recovery requires descent. If you study the ancient mysteries, you find this everywhere. The great work, the initiation, almost always begins with the descent, a going down into the underworld, a chamber of reflection. This is the hard part of the teaching. It is the very reason the vault lies beneath and not above. The name is not found by ascending into the heights. It's found by descending into the depths, down through the night walls, into the very places of the self, that the seeker would rather not enter to the deepest chamber where the golden flame waves beneath the ruined floor. The work of recovering the lost world is the work of descending with discipline and with courage cavalries gathering the scattered sparks and reintegrating the fallen being into its original divine state. If the temple were only an ancient ruin, it would rest quietly in the past. However, it does not. The temple mount remains in its present moment among the most contested 40 acres on the surface of the earth, and the obsession with what lies beneath it and with what may yet be built upon it is not a medieval curiosity. It is a leading force in the politics of the 21st century. The platforms the Romans left with the Western wall as its dividing line is today the site of the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, among the holiest places in Islam, and it sits directly above the location of the vanished Jewish temple, the holiest site in Judaism. Beneath it and beside it, archaeological excavations have gone on for over a century and a half, from the explorations of the British engineer Charles Warren in the 1860s, who mapped the subterranean passages and systems of the mount, to the modern western wall that runs along the buried length of the Herodian Wall, to the ongoing digs in the city of David to the south. These are documented realities. The digging beneath and around the mount is not conspiracy theory. It is a fact of the archaeological and political record carried out an genuine and serious dispute over sovereignty, custody, and the stability of the sacred structure above. And there exists further a documented movement dedicated to the building of a third temple. Organizations in Jerusalem have, by their own public account, already prepared ritual vessels, vestments, and furnishings for a future temple visit, and the fate of the mount is woven for stone into the eschatological end times expectations of both Jewish and
company helps states decide how and when to use violence with precision, allowing for the most efficient
Christian traditions, in which the rebuilding of the temple is one of the events at the end of time. Now, it's worth being precise about who actually drives this, because it isn't some hidden hand. It's out in the open. The push to rebuild sits by and large among movements of the religious right. On one side, Jewish ultranationalists and temple activist groups. On the other, Christian evangelicals, especially dispensationalists, for whom a rebuilt temple is the required step towards the return of Christ. And there, the obsession reaches into the highest level of present power, but also absurdity. One verified example will stand for the pattern in 2018 at the conference in Jerusalem, with hexes would later become United States Secretary of War for the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the Western Wall tunnels. Afterwards, he spoke of beholding in his words the miracle before you, and he went on to say in remarks that are a matter of public record that there was no reason why the reestablishment of the temple on the not possible to place that rebuilding in a sequence of what he called the miracles of modern Israel history. I invite you to sit with these documented facts because they're striking enough without any enlargement. A sitting secretary of war of the United States has toured the tunnel beneath that contested platform, has spoken publicly of the miracle of rebuilt temple and whether upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights who once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following will see in his modern obsession something more than mere geopolitics and archaeology. People say that the same magnetic pull that drew 9 knights to dig beneath the platform in 1119 is drawing excavators and statesmen and visionaries to instill that the temple exerts a gravitational force on the human imagination precisely because it is the outer image of the inner sanctuary.
Venanti views Teal's endorsement of illiberal means to defend liberal democracy as heretical and contrary to a Christian
that humanity, having lost the name at the center of itself, is compelled to act out the search for it on the stage of history, digging beneath the literal mud in pursuit of a recovery that can, in the end, only happen within. That is conjecture, not record, and we should hold it as such, the kind that explains why a buried platform in Jerusalem will not release its grip on the human mind after 3,000 years, why kings and knights and crusaders and presidents are drawn to it like a lodestone, and why the question of what lies beneath the temple has never once been allowed to rest. The legends say the Templars found a name beneath the temple. History, however, cannot confirm it, but the deeper tradition will tell you that the name is really there in the deepest vault beneath the ruined sanctuary, waiting to be recovered, and that the temple must finally excavate. It's not the one in Jerusalem, it is the one in which you are already sitting right now, listening to these very words. The sanctuary of the self, which is very old, Templars found a name, the kind that explains why the temple exerts a gravitational force, their geopolitics, and on his own body, the cross contested platform has spoken publicly of the miracle of a rebuilt temple and wears upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights who once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following will see in this modern obsession upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights. Contested platform has spoken publicly of the miracle of a rebuilt temple and wears upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following will see in this modern obsession something more than mere geopolitics and archaeology. It will say precisely because it is the outer image of the inner sanctuary, and that humanity, having lost the name at the center of itself, is compelled to act out the search for it on the stage of history, digging beneath the literal mouth in pursuit of a recovery that can, in the end, only happen within. That is conjecture, not record, and we should hold it as such. The kind that explained by a Batman, the temple encouragement, and remarks that are a matter of public record, that there was no reason why the re-establishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. He placed that rebuilding in a sequence of what he called the miracles of modern Israel history. I invite you to sit with these documented facts because they're striking enough without any enlargement. A sitting Secretary of War, the United States, who has toured the tunnels beneath that contested platform, has spoken publicly of the miracle of Yorick's temple and wears upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights who once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following will see in this modern obsession something more than mere geopolitics and archaeology. It will say that the same magnetic pull that drew 9 knights to dig beneath the platform in 1119 is drawing excavators and statesmen and visionaries to extend that the temple exerts a gravitational force on the human imagination precisely because it is the outer image of the inner sanctuary, and that humanity, having lost the name at the center of itself, is compelled to act out the search for it on the stage of history, digging beneath the literal mouth in pursuit of a recovery that can, in the end, only happen within. That is conjecture, not record, and we should hold it as such. The kind that explains why a buried platform in Jerusalem will not release its grip on the human finite judgment, that there was no reason why the re-establishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. He placed that rebuilding in a sequence of what he called the miracles of modern Israel history. I invite you to sit with these documented facts because they're striking enough without any enlargement. A sitting Secretary of War of the United States who has toured the tunnels beneath that contested platform has spoken publicly of the miracle of a rebuilt temple and wears upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights who once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following will see in this modern obsession something more than mere geopolitics and archaeology. It will say that the same magnetic pull that drew 9 knights to dig beneath the platform in 1119 is drawing excavators and statesmen and visionaries to exhale that the temple exerts a gravitational gravitational force on the human imagination precisely because it is the outer image of the inner sanctuary, and that humanity, having lost the name at the center of itself, is compelled to act out the search for it on the stage of history, digging beneath the literal mouth in pursuit of a recovery that can, in the end, only happen within. That is conjecture, not record, and we should hold it as such, the kind that explains why a buried platform in Jerusalem will not release its grip on the human mind after the push to rebuild ceased by and large. Among movements of the religious right, on one side, Jewish ultranationalists and temple activist groups, on the other, Christian evangelicals, especially dispensationalists, for whom a rebuilt temple is a required step towards the return of Christ, and there the obsession reaches into the highest level of present power, but also absurdity. One verified example will stand for the pattern. In 2018, at a conference in Jerusalem, with Hexed, who would later become United States Secretary of War, toward the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the Western Wall tunnels. Afterwards, he spoke of beholding in his words the miracle before you, and he went on to say in remarks that are a matter of public record that there was no reason why the re-establishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible. He placed that rebuilding in a sequence of what he called the miracles of modern Israel history. I invite you to sit with these documented facts because they're striking enough without any enlargement. A sitting Secretary of War, the United States, who has toured the tunnels beneath that contested platform, who has spoken publicly of the miracle of a rebuilt temple, and wears upon his own body the cross of the Crusader Knights, who once held that very mount. The tradition we've been following would see in this modern obsession something more than mere geopolitics and archaeology. It will say that the same magnetic pole that drew 9 knights to dig beneath the platform in 1119 is drawing excavators and statesmen and visionaries to instill that the temple exerts a gravitational force on the human imagination precisely because it is the outer image of the inner sanctuary, and that humanity, having lost the name at the center of itself, is compelled to act out the search for it on the stage of history, digging beneath the literal mouth in pursuit of a recovery that can, in the end, only happen within. That is conjecture, not record, and we should hold it as such, the kind that explains why a buried platform in Jerusalem will not release its grip on the human mind after 3,000 years, why kings and knights and crusaders and presidents are drawn to it like a lodestone, and why the question of what lies beneath the temple has never that the temple must finally excavate is not the one in Jerusalem. It is the one in which you are already sitting right now, listening to these very words. The sanctuary of the self, with its very old and its forgotten name, waiting for the descent that only you can make. The thrones of the outer temple are contested by nations. The inner temple, however, is yours alone to rebuild, and it does no sacrifices, and the name that was lost when it fell is waiting where it has always waited, the bottom of the vault, for the one prepared to go down and bring it back to the light. Thank you for watching.
That's double the rest of Europe and 5 times the rest of the world. And because the trade hides, even that number undersells it. Most basques carry the gene, whether their blood shows it or not. For blood like that to stay concentrated, a population has to breed inside itself for a very, very long time. But Rh negative comes with a cost. When an Rh negative mother carries an Rh positive child, her immune system might reject the baby as a different species.
And it brings
subject. Speaking in Paris in January and San Francisco the year before. Now, this is not a new concern for Teal. For PayPal, £4.
Take your money to the next level with high-yield cash from Robinhood Gold. Or sign out for just $5 a month.
Y'all are so stupid for buying on Amazon. When you click below, you get 4 of these sticks, free mystery gifts, and we're throwing in a free pack of Neuro Gum. All I'll say is a quick dry
Volunteer before manufacturing the political rise of the storming for EG advance. Teal was writing philosophical papers on the dangers of the biblical apocalypse. So what does a man with $20 million have to say about the Antichrist? And why is a close advisor to the Pope labeling him a heretic because of it?
Looks like something the fans made up. And I'll be one of the fans. But I want to see real evidence, not internet. Same with the fishing games. Good
Was prefer the human race. Right.
Euskera is Northern language with no parents that
Yes, I don't know.
almost every Asian language, just like there are Latin words in Euskera. So a few languages might not have parents.
It's so long hesitation. It's so long hesitation. So many questions of should the human race survive?
Blood is strange. Science knows exactly what RH negative blood is. That gene is shown.
Yes. Okay, but while Teal's lectures on the air correct are not open to the public, what has leaked is similar to what he's been saying for almost 20 years, based on a unique interpretation of biblical prophecy. Teal believes that humanity is destined for either total annihilation, i.e. Armageddon, or a totalitarian world government, aka the Antichrist. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? I think there's always a question how we articulate these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed as sort of one-way dystopian science text. There's a risk of nuclear war, there's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, lots of other ones we can come up with. But I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risks of another type of bad singularity, which I've described as the one world totalitarian state. Because I would say the default political solution people have for all these existential risks is one world governance. And I've been wondering that that's sort of going from the frying pan into the fire. And so the atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. And the Christian framing, which I guess in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. In Tim's mind, the Antichrist state will rise out of fears of the end of the world, getting people to sacrifice privacy and freedom in exchange Christ, where is now that for me by God, forget the time, and here's you, Antichrist, talk about it, forget all the time, scare people, and offer to save. I'm warning the world about potential catastrophes such as climate change or runaway AI. Activists are actually bringing about the Antichrist kingdom. This thinking is what leads Teal to the controversial conclusion that figures like climate activist Greta Thunberg or AI affirmistic monster may in fact be the Antichrist. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is to talk about Armageddon non-stop. In the 17th century, Ashe and the Doctor Strangelove, the Warteller type person taking over the world in Marvel is far more likely to be Greta Thunberg. Teal's concern here about the Antichrist is not only unusual in the 21st century, but laughable given who it's coming from. Teal is yelling non-stop from the rooftops about the dangers of a totalitarian state, while at the same time building the surveillance technology an Antichrist would need to take control. This is all looking like a stereotypical villain. You're still giving a full-part lecture on the Antichrist. Yeah, that's odd. It's so strange that this you build military AI, military drone, autonomous drone technology to export to war zones all over the world. You build domestic surveillance technology to surveil our friends and neighbors, and then your other pet basher is the Antichrist. If you told me there was a movie and there was a guy who played the Antichrist, zoom in on that image right now, I would say, oh, is that him? Is that the Antichrist? This is like me doing a 4-part lecture on Long Island racism. To show everybody, you know, how much I know about it and how scary it is and how we gotta watch out for it, but it's totally not me or anyone I know. And you're positing that something worse could be on the horizon that would make stagnation permanent and would be driven by fear. And I'm suggesting that for that to happen, there would have to be some burst of technological progress. You're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, military technologies of surveillance, technologies, warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like the Antichrist would be maybe using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, right, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but
favorite flavor is watermelon, just because it gives me that sweet treat after I'm feeling. So if you want to lock in without the post-stop tips, check out Ultra.
Caffeine and nicotine cycle is also changed out. All of this is making your brain less sensitive to harmful sources. It's actually rewiring, desensitizing.
The day of, they think it's me, you know, you're finance. Absolutely, I'll do that. How many subscriptions are you paying for? Easy. Netflix and Max. Well, this download Rocket Money is secure. So you're actually paying for 25, which is costing you $400 a month. Are you serious? This trick, how much did you spend on delivery last week? Every month's like what, 30 maybe? It was actually $300. Okay, one more time. How many max accounts are you paying for? I mean, it's gotta be one. It can't be. It should be one. You guys have two. That cannot be right. Why do you have two? I don't know. Is this in the app? Yeah. Rocket Money shows you what your expenses here in one place. It even helps you create a budget based on your past spending. Also, don't worry about those 25 subscriptions. You can get right in the app, and it will even try and get you a refund for something. That's insane. I definitely need this app. Exactly. Unfortunately, you don't get the day off, but I do got this soda for you. Wait, this is from the fridge. They're free, right? You know that. I'll work here. Download Rocket Money today. So where does Tales' obsession with the Antichrist come from? And how does it match with his actions as an investor and businessman? To answer these questions, we'll have to look back at his time at Stanford, where, as a philosophy student, he was introduced to the ideas of French thinker René Girard. God, I feel foolish, and so life is wish be happy. First, undergraduate, late 1980s, I was studying philosophy at Stanford, and it was one of these ideas that was sort of starting to play in the underground. So it was very interesting process of these different accounts. Very much like careful the times, so that's what the natural people just undergo some graduate. He was so impressed by his work, and he funded a symposium on the thinker in 2004, allowing him to publish his own work alongside Gerard's in a collection of essays from the event. In the 20 years since then, Thiel has been quick to cite Gerard's ideas in interviews and credit him as a primary inspiration for his thinking. I hope this is sort of more great thinker, intellectual, Christian polymath that I studied under Stanford in the late 80s, 90s, and influenced me tremendously.
it's 20th century, circa 2100, this is truly not a great watch, but it's basically a long time till it's fully understood. Up until his death in 2015, Teal continued to support Gerard financially. This includes the creation of an organization named Imitatio, which is dedicated to the philosopher's work. So, it's that we want to thanks to I lost here that is financial gains less paid Teal himself even appears in a documentary the organization produced about Gerard. It's this one big, you just had one big idea that got lost in the true. For those of us who were worthy as those in some ways, this powerful, refreshing power, one thread bulged by the excess of our world. During a 2011 lecture at Yale Law School, Teal embarked his love for the French philosopher onto that student, J.E. Vance. Vance was later described as Teal lecture he attended as the most significant moment of his time at Yale. This talk convinced him to convert to Catholicism, abandon his legal career, and join Teal's own venture capital firm. To understand Teal's Antichrist philosophy, a brief detour is required into the world of René Girard. There are three pillars of Girard's philosophy that are important for this video. The first is the simple concept that underlies all his work, the idea that all desire is rooted in imitation. This desire is not natural desire, and is a gift we can all. Sometimes it's human, sometimes it seems very inhuman. But how is it born? I think this concentration of strength and intensity instead of looking towards psychoanalysis or structural theory to understand our behaviors, Girard explains the history of our species as a continuous cycle of copying others, a process he calls mimesis. Real fans know the real experts are on TV. Very good. These guys don't know what they're talking about. To Girard, this mechanic only explains desires. Also, is the root of most human conflict.
everyone believes it emerges more often from within the same group. Now, this is not because humans are inherently aggressive, but the way in which we acquire desires inevitably leads to conflict. When the object of desire is limited, copying turns into competition. This competition can quickly escalate as each party looks to the other to learn the object's real value. As this continues, the original object of the desire fades into the background, and the competition fuels itself for its own sake. What's worse is that these conflicts can spread beyond the original participants. Others may see this display and adopt the desires of the competitors. For the neighbors of the people that express
Excuse me, hey. I will buy you lunch if you can tell me how they do. I only have like 3 days. That's what everyone says. Let me download recommending your photos if you're right.
second one.
Wow, so you actually have 23, which is costing me $500.
See, right?
This would happen.
Eventually,
Yes.
the mechanics of cohesive can lead to an all-out conflict, not because the original object is necessarily so desirable, but because the competition itself becomes contagious. If a community is not careful, this rivalry can spread and plunge the entire society into a violent crisis.
This little thing is the new JetSpark second Brave node, and it is a tiny little credit card size.
This state of global conflict is the condition of early humanity before the invention of institutions that stop the spread of cohesive. This period of anarchy is where other political philosophers, such as Thomas Hobbes, should have institutions that stop the spread. Yorick views this state of total conflict as the condition of early humanity before the invention of institutions that stop the spread of mimesis. This
served a great place for escape. And they all came together in a journey. That's why you can't get me to their purpose. They always just going turning towards one individual, communities able to escape this cycle of violence, turning all versus all conflict, all came together and it united them. That's why if you look at correctly, guys, people that created communities, permanently, I say, people must feel the will, like inside, in order to create communities, permanently, against you. No, in either directly, I see that they all came together and it united them. That's why if you look at these here, they all have the same shape. It's always a story of a man who is killed by an entire community. By turning towards one individual, early communities were able to escape this cycle of violence, turning an all versus all conflict into an all versus one fight, through what Yorick calls the scapegoat mechanism. Mimesis inevitably leads to societies pinning the blame for social unrest on a single individual or group and unleashing their violence onto them. The sacrifice is removed from the community. The cycle of violence ends. This is because the victims are those without social connections on the fringes of society, connected enough to be blamed for the infighting, but distinct enough to not cause further violence. A small dose of violence successfully prevents further destruction, and Yorick writes, let them appease it. Violence will accumulate until it overflows confines and floods the surrounding area. The sacrifice is to stem this rising tide of indiscriminate substitutions and redirect violence into other channels. Other political philosophers see sacrifice as a vestige of archaic madness. Jordan thinks it's fundamental to the creation of human society.
The reason that these rituals often come with superstitious beliefs is because they're necessary for the process to work. Whether it's demonic possession explaining the victim's guilt, or the necessity of sacrifice to please a deity, myths ensure the process is able to keep peace in a community. As Gerard writes, the celebrants do not and must not comprehend the true role of the sacrificial act. The theological basis of the sacrifice has a crucial role in fostering this misunderstanding. The idea of a deity helps cloud the process to ensure it works. The only way the sacrifice successfully ends the cycle of violence is if the participants believe in the individual's guilt and the realization that the victim is innocent will lead to a return to earlier rivalries. As the king is in fact if you cannot call it scapegoating but call it justice, that's what E.W. Smith tells you, that these are good. This because he's responsible for the pain. No one is responsible for single Gerard thinks this origin explains many religions and myths. He thinks Christianity
tips, send me an email.
Starting off with my personal favorite, fresh powder, smelling like a clean load of laundry. What else you getting, Casper? Rosewater's a great fragrance.
It's actually going to be smelling great. This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Upside. Be safe, be kind, know that you are appreciated. What's going on?
Codes are real, sir. We have to move from light now.
Can you say code cerulean? Damn it, did he say code cerulean?
center, the scapegoat mechanism, Christ took away humanity's sacrificial grudges, unleashing the full potential of human violence. Saving innocent victims, he also closed the release valve on mimetic conflict. The apocalypse predicted in the Bible come about because of humanity being unable to deal with this sudden outpouring of violence, as sacrifice no longer works to control it. As humanity develops increasingly destructive weapons, capable for the first time in our species' history of total annihilation, the biblical prophecy becomes all the more pressing. Out of this danger, Gerard warns a potential antichrist figure emerging, offering what 1 Thessalonians 5:3 describes as peace and safety. However, instead of adopting Christian nonviolence, an antichrist would enact violence in the name of peace. The target of his wrath would be Christianity, painted as a tool of oppression. A part of this revolution would be the dismantling of limits on desire, integral to Christian teachings.
I wish you could come to church with us, sweetheart.
Church? I'd rather play golf on the Wednesday night. I need character I can relate to. That make me think that
With recent troubles in the Mideast and other ominous signs, the rapture could soon be upon us.
Rapture? Easy there. Science has shown religion is just an old wives' tale. In modern society, Gerard saw this archetype reflected in a progressive culture that he called a secular mask of Christian love. In the 70s, he compared the Antichrist government to the Soviet Union, a totalitarian state which claimed to fight for the oppressed and violently rejected religious teachings. To Gerard, the violence enacted by the Soviet state reinforced his conviction that enforcing peace can often lead to even more suffering. The ultimate effect of abandoning Christian doctrine under the rule of an antichrist, Trynd speculates, would be the unleashing of mimetic violence. Without acknowledging the violence inherent in human communities, as Christ did, a regime of peace will fail. But improving of unchained desires and obscuring biblical truths, the Antichrist kingdom will ultimately destroy itself and lead to the biblical.
They are the strongest and fastest humans ever to exist.
Turning to the Antichrist is worth exploring actualized other ideas and visuals teal as well. Gerard's emphasis on the importance of imitation in human behavior stuck with Teal at a young age. As a gifted student, he was always fiercely competitive, whether in chess tournaments or in academia. Gerard helped him realize that the goals he was fighting for weren't his own, but rather copied from his peers and role models. This realization influenced Teal to abandon his dreams of a high-status legal career and instead move to Silicon Valley. By understanding the importance of mimetic desire, Teal was one of the first to see value in a new startup, the Facebook
You gotta see some funny stuff. You just control the wall. Only the wall. Forget the wall. Some of us meeting have got set up. You know Peter Thiel? If humans were naturally built on a need to observe and copy others, a social media platform would be an ideal way to profit off this mechanism. Based on this assumption, Thiel became the company's first outside investor. What is it? Peter Thiel just made an angel investment of $500,000. Another value Thiel may have seen in Facebook was the ability to direct this mimetic spread. Following Trynd's logic, controlling the spread of desires also means controlling where violence erupts in a society. Through this understanding of herd mentality and the dangers associated with it, Thiel has always tried to resist the temptation of agreeing with the crowd. As an angel investor, Thiel has always looked for opportunities that went against trends, companies that weren't yet seen as valuable by the crowd. He's very both tremendous value in trying to do things that are very difficult. And so thinking about how extremely unlikely or so many contexts that it forces you think about that, which is discussing which generally surprised and in politics, he's used a similar strategy, and so far, it's served him well. In 2016, Thiel went against the grain in Silicon Valley by endorsing then presidential candidate Donald J. Trump, becoming his first high-profile endorsement for his credibility. Since then, the rest of Silicon Valley has flocked to the MAGA movement, and Thiel has been rewarded and some government contracts. Thiel's tendency to reject popular beliefs has led to his reputation as an outlier in Silicon Valley. As a Republican tech CEO who's obsessed with the Antichrist, Thiel has been for a long time an enigma amongst his peers. From Thiel did not only learn to question the opinions of the crowd, but also the dangers of engaging with them at all. Competing with the crowd creates a self-perpetuating conflict that is ultimately counterproductive. To avoid this, Thiel tries to reduce the chance for competition both within his companies and between firms. This journey with child and cancer comes inside a firm, people become obsessed with their competitors for career advancement. Then, the firms themselves become obsessed with their competitors in marketplace. Amid drama, people lose sight of what matters and focus on their rivals instead. The competitive ecosystem pushes people towards ruthlessness or death. Monopolists can afford to think about things other than making money. survival, monopoly profits. Contrary to the typical capitalist mindset, which offers competition as the key driver of innovation, Teal thinks it's detrimental to both progress and the profitability of firms. By forming monopolies over certain sections of the market, the company reduces the risk of being trapped in a mimetic rivalry and can focus on the firm's broader goals. Teal is willing to abandon some tenets of capitalist ideology to follow Gerard. He is not willing to give up his commitment to individualism. Instead of reading Gerard's work as an anthropology of human behavior, he interprets it as a case study on the herd, which he sees as distinct from himself. The concept of the madness of the crowd fit perfectly into Teal's preconceived image of himself as an intellectual who saw things more deeply and accurately than everyone else. By thinking differently from the crowd, Teal wasn't just being a contrarian, he was actually avoiding a very dangerous tendency towards mimetic conflict. However, the conclusion that we should preserve our individual autonomy by avoiding the thesis is directly contradictory to Gerard's own work. As Renee writes, no one begins anything except by grace. To sin is to think that one can begin something oneself. We never start anything, we always respond. The other has always decided for me and forces me to answer. The group always decides for the individual. Gerard does not believe it's possible for anyone, even tech founders, to truly separate themselves from the crowd and avoid mimesis. The only way to escape the ensuing rivalry is by choosing Christ as your model. Gerard believes that since Christ reviewed temptation and instead it's all humans God, but not you. What next time? There's no crowd, and it's hard to compare how much
furthering the exact thing you wanted to get. So why don't you give them out? You're paying for it. One of the travel side will be able to please owls and this and look on remedy that vitamin C serum. It has the national, I don't know this financially viable. You're still gonna pay us, okay? But the customers are gonna get it for free. But now that you're saying I have to do it, that's right. We can maybe make the 56% off forward. With these. And now we finally get to the Antichrist and the Apocalypse. Teal's interest in the end of the world can already be found in his contributions to the Juron seminar he held in 2004. From a Juronian perspective, the current political debate remains inadequate for the contemporary world situation. And that, across the spectrum, there remains a denial of founding violence caused by inner thesis, and therefore a systematic underestimation of the scope of apocalyptic violence. This paper is where Teal first formulates his options for civilization's future as a simple minded Antichrist or Armageddon. However, at this time, he appears much more worried about the latter. Teal laments the Enlightenment's misguided conclusion that humanity is fundamentally good. Instead, he adopts Gerard's more cynical view of humanity's tendency towards violence. Writing in response to the terrorist attacks of September 11th, Teal sees impending doom for the West if we do not realize this error and address the dangers of mimetic violence. Teal explicitly rejects Gerard's solution to this threat: spread the word of Christ, and instead endorses a more political approach to contain this violence. So that's really this is the most successful. It's just like, for example, somebody can say, I don't know how we can do all practice first of all, like that's as best we can. Tomorrow, we start, you just need to go to church, right? And, I probably go to church. And then hours, please, and then at the same time, I also think that there is some part of it that is political or social or something like that, and maybe, maybe it's always a way in which I not as much of a saint as I should be, but I keep thinking we have to also try. I want to always try some of both, but both personal and political.
violence. You know, you could say the nation state contains violence in both senses of the word contain, because it contains it as it limits it and channels it in certain ways, but then it's also part of its very being. To the question of how and onto whom this balance should be enacted, Teal does not provide a satisfying answer. This is notable given how Schmidt's ideas were explicitly written to justify Nazi atrocities during the Second World War. The best framework Teal provides is in this excerpt from his writings. In determining the correct mixture of violence and peace, a Christian statesman or stateswoman would be wise, in every close case, to side with peace. There is no formula to answer the critical question of what constitutes a close case. That must be decided in every specific instance. If I'm being honest, this is meaningless. Every politician, Christian or not, would say that they side with peace on close cases. What matters is where you draw that line. On that issue, Teal admits he has no answer. The idea that political institutions will be able to stop the spread of mimetic violence, and therefore the apocalypse, is something Gerard flatly rejects. We should not say there are no legitimate, healthy political actions. However, politics is in itself powerless to control the rise of negative undifferentiation. It is more than ever up to each one of us to hold back the worst. Ancient archaic fears resurface today with new faces, but no sacrifice will save us from them. It is thus urgent to develop strategies to deal with this unpredictable violence that no institution today can control.
Very early.
However,
Did you
the
poop or something?
strategies can no
Let me see.
longer be military or political.
Did you? A little bit?
A new
Let me see.
ethic is required in this time of
What's
catastrophe.
wrong with your eye? Does it hurt?
Gerard
Is it
believes the solution must be
right in here?
not
Let me see your eye.
politics. While certain structures may delay the end of times, they are ultimately unable to hold back the inevitable spread
Your eye?
of
Good look at
diseases.
open it. Is it
Due
kind
to
of infected
increasing
maybe?
globalization,
Let me see.
in the future, states will only be less effective
Kind of hurt to
at
open it
holding
big?
back this conflict.
What, do you have nothing or
Globalization
something?
is often seen as egalitarian development. If the world is one community, then a mimetic conflict can threaten the entire species. As communication technologies dissolve the border between cultures and communities, they also weaken the state's ability to contain these conflicts. As Renee writes, the trend towards undifferentiation has been strengthened by the West's technological and military means. In a way, the trend proves that politics have been overtaken by technology.
Oh, yeah?
In this, Schmidt misunderstood the conditions of modern war. Schmidt saw the major problem with respect to the end of wars, and he tried to resolve it as a jurist. Of course, Schmidt was right to think the fact of not choosing between war and peace leads to incurable growth and potential violence. Yet, he nonetheless underestimated the role of unbridled technology. This is why Yorick himself rejecting this solution, considering it outdated. In his own way, Teal agrees with this sentiment, so concluding that technology has now superseded the power of the state. Writing in 2009, I do not despair, because I no longer believe that politics encompasses possible futures of our world. Outside the evil clutches of the state, Teal saw a potential future in the digital realm and in outer space. But if the state is obsolete, how will it stop the apocalypse? Well, in his 2004 essay, Teal concludes that powerful espionage agencies will be necessary to stop the spread of mimetic violence. Instead of the United Nations, filled with interminable and inconclusive parliamentary debates, we should consider Echelon, the secret coordination of the world's intelligence services, as the decisive path to a truly global Pax Americana. Just as there appears to be something shaky and problematic about a theoretical framework that is not subject to the give and take of open debate, so there appears to be something subversive and immoral about a political framework that operates outside the checks and balances of representative democracy as described in high school textbooks.
Just now?
But if American liberalism
Did you let him out?
is decisively incomplete, then its critique is no longer quite so decisive. If political structures can no longer hold back the spread of mimetic violence,
Really?
Teal thinks
Just now?
interstate
While you're out
secret
there peeing?
organizations may be the solution. Months before writing this endorsement of intelligence agencies, Teal founded Palantir, a surveillance company funded by the CIA.
Yeah.
This company helps states decide how and when to use violence with precision, allowing for the most efficient scapegoating ever completed. And this is why it's worth understanding Teal's Antichrist philosophy. His concerns about the end of the world have real impact on the rest of our lives.
I just bought this nice jacket, and now I can figure out how to wear this, so I'm gonna start at marketplace. Okay, so I found these videos for the tournament with my apartment. I absolutely love shop menu fits, especially with people that
In today's environment, as people are becoming more alarmed about existential risks, Teal is growing equally concerned about the other path for humanity, the Antichrist. This threat is concerning precisely because it's offered as the solution to all others. Achieving a one-world government, Teal speculates, would only be possible by playing on fears of the end of the world. While he has spent most of his life focused on preventing the apocalypse, Teal is now working to combat the threat of an Antichrist state. We are just so rude to the Antichrist solution. Don't worry about it because it is actually, it presents itself as the solution to all these others, and then my intuition is that what that tells me is that we should worry about them, but if you had to prioritize, we should be way more
isolation of a partial truth, detached from the relational fabric of the whole, and elevated to the status of an absolute principle. Benanti argues that Teal cherry-picks pieces of liberal ideology and places them above all else, ultimately wanting to end the democratic project to ensure they are protected, an approach that he considers misguided at best. Teal's entire action can thus be read as a prolonged act of heresy against the liberal consensus, a challenge to the very foundation of civil coexistence, which he now considers outdated. It is from this angle that we must read Teal's vision, not as a simple rejection of Western values, but as the pathological radicalization of some of their components: competition, technology, the individual, which, erected as the sole compass, lead to results that are radically divergent from the common democratic project. Benanti views Teal's endorsement of illiberal means to defend liberal democracy as heretical and contrary to a Christian ethic. Not only does Teal selectively read Yorick's philosophy, but also, according to at least one friar, the message of the Bible as well. This is what makes Teal's obsession with the Antichrist so confusing. It's because he doesn't seem particularly religious. While convinced of the prophetic truth of the Bible, he doesn't seem all too concerned with any other moral lessons it has to offer. One reason for this may be because Teal, ironically, has become trapped in a mimetic rivalry with the Antichrist. As Gerard writes of rivals caught in competition, to the extent that their antagonism becomes embittered, a paradox occurs. The antagonists resemble one another more and more. They confront one another all the more implacably because their conflict dissolves the real differences that formerly separated them. Envy, jealousy, and hate render alike those they possess. But in our world, people tend to misunderstand or ignore the resemblances and identities that these passions generate. To combat the Antichrist, Teal has become locked in a rivalry where he becomes more and more like his enemy every day. This is alarming to the rest of us who have to live under his control. But whether Teal is becoming the Antichrist or doing his best to stop it, we should all be concerned that someone with so much power is acting under the assumption that he alone must stop the apocalypse. The less romantic explanation for Teal's actions is that he's simply operating as a businessman and hedging his bets against the end of the world, even if that means sacrificing some of his personal sanctification. This is what Gerardian scholar Wolfgang Paulabert suggests when asked by Wired about Teal seemingly building the technology an Antichrist would need to take over. It's a good strategy if you have the means to have something at stake on all sides. This theory is in line with the speech Teal gave in 2006 about investing in the end of the world. If your paycheck feels all but shrinks fast, this is the app to save you hundreds. Rocket money shows you all your spending. either the world ends and money means nothing, or a totalitarian government. You might as well invest your money in a totalitarian government. This may be a simple financial strategy, that building a worldwide surveillance state is a good bargaining chip if the Antichrist does take over. At the end of the day, I think Teal truly is concerned about the Antichrist. While it may seem comical, Teal's commitment to this idea spans decades, and his recent return to the subject is only hurting his credibility, yet he continues. This does not strike me as a strange business strategy, but rather a genuine conviction, and that is concerning given Teal's power and influence. Based on the assumption that he alone must stop the Antichrist, he is likely willing to make huge sacrifices that most people wouldn't be comfortable with him making. His admiration for anti-democratic processes to ensure the world doesn't end does not ease that discomfort either. And maybe if the options really are Antichrist or Armageddon, someone has to make these hard choices. But after hearing at length what Peter Thiel has to say on the subject, I am not personally convinced.
Nossa, que doido.
This episode of the Live Files from the Live Files brought to you by the Wellness Company. The vast people live in a small area between state and friends. They look like normal people, but their genes match nobody else in Europe, nobody else on the planet. Scientists, because their society developed in isolation, it mixed with neighbors, they were never conquered. Nobody migrated in or out. The vast explained it differently. They didn't always live in Europe. Their original homeland was destroyed thousands of years ago, and in their language, they still have a name for it: Atlantica.
Those are people gonna make you pay for that. Okay. You say that every month. How much vodka did you have last night? Here we go.
What up, Waffle?
That's not a hangover. That's something else. Well, did you eat anything weird last night? Yeah, what is it weird? This would be a cup of cream shared and father at Trynd. A tub. The whole tub. The 5 foods. Was that the smell you walked into the house? My wife made me get a roll of the windows. Yeah, Trent. Trent, baby. How old was that children? There was no day. It was just a drawing in the sun. But I should have stopped the sponge and I cleaned it away. Sounds like that shower makes you sick. But this is exactly the type of thing you treat for at home if you care. You need the med kit from the wellness company. Doctors selected medications to treat over 30 illnesses, including
Yeah, if you're ready for my stuff, I can turn off the show. Yeah.
Try my best. What happens if someone in your family gets sick at 2 in the morning? Would you rather sit around waiting for care or already have the medication you need and get happy? That's exactly why the wellness company created the medical emergency kit. It's a doctor-prescribed kit with 8 life-saving prescription medications, including ivermectin, a generic Z-Pack, amoxicillin, and more. And having that treatment on hand actually makes a difference. The numbers are there to back it up. In the first study of its kind, the wellness company found that among more than 500 verified kit holders, 86% avoided the clinic, urgent care, or the hospital altogether. And over 80% saw real improvement in just 3 days. That's the whole idea behind this kit. You're not losing a day driving to urgent care or waiting at a callback. You start treating it the moment symptoms show up, which is exactly why the recovery efforts look the way they do. Getting your kit is easy. Just complete a quick online medical questionnaire, get approved by a licensed doctor, and your kit is delivered right to your door. Head to dwc.com/files and use code FILES for $30 off plus free shipping. It's available to U.S. residents only. Got it. Right now. Good. Get some rest. I will write a call body video and keep it at this time. Around 360 BC, Leader worked out a story that his own audience found hard to believe. He didn't invent it, and he didn't claim to. The story came a few generations earlier, told by the Greek statesman Solon. Solon visited a temple in Egypt, and the priest there told him something that surprised him. They said Egyptian records date back
thousands of years further than the Greeks. Those records describe a great civilization in the Atlantic Ocean, out past the pillars of Hercules. Today we call that Strait of Gibraltar. Through the pillars, the Mediterranean ends, and the open Atlantic begins. An island empire that disappeared in a single day and night, 9,000 years before Solon had restored. Cleoset Mountains ring the island. The capital was built in circles of land and sea. These defenses made the island impossible to conquer, so Atlantis grew powerful. Its navy had 1,200 warships, and it was wealthy. The island was rich or conquered, a rare red metal, almost as valuable as gold. It covered the walls of temples and the homes of the rich, orichalcum means that. In Greek, orichalcos means mountain copper. The most valuable metal on Earth, and they named it like a Yankee candle. Like the Atlanteans, the Basques were famous for copper work and were master shipbuilders. By the 1500s, the Basques traded copper all over the world, even with the tribes of North America. Basque whalers may have followed whale migrations to Newfoundland as early as the late 1300s, 100 years before Columbus. But the Basques say their ancestors from Atlantica traveled the world thousands of years before that. When French explorers reached Newfoundland, the people spoke in a language built from Basque. The explorers thought the land was brand new. It wasn't due to the Basques. Thousands of years later, we still tell the story of Atlantis, and everyone knows how it ends. Earthquakes and volcanoes destroyed most of the islands, and anything that was left sank beneath the ocean after a great flood. But the people of Atlantis were told long before that. Doom didn't come from the sky or the earth or the water. It came from their blood. The island sits in the Atlantic, green and volcanic, richer than any land in the Known World. At its center is a city built in rings. A canal runs through the heart of it, from the open sea to the royal island at the center. The harbors are packed with foreign ships carrying amber, ivory, tin, cedar, grain, and gold. Tonight, the 10 kings gather at the citadel for the contest. Each man offers a prayer to the other 9. Connector, good fortune. The kings will need luck today, but they're not here to compete with each other. They have to work together. Inside the sacred grounds, a dozen bulls roam free. These aren't cattle. They're descended from the first black bull came out of the sea with the side of the island. Priests raised them well-fed and strong, but never tame. They're taught to hate humans and to hate kings most of all. Some have killed kings. Those bulls get saved for breeding stock. Before dawn, each king gets anointed with an oil of cedar salt and royal blood. And when they were calves, they ate it all. The 10 kings must bring in a bull and keep it alive. They can't kill it, and they have to do it with their own hands. No man may enter the grounds with metal, no blades, no spears, not even a fish hook. According to the law, the contest happens every winter solstice. No king can refuse. Nobody is above the law. The animals are taken in a circle until the kings arrive. They wait for hours, driven crazy with thirst, heat, and the thunder of drums. Finally, the kings enter, and the bulls are released. And once they catch the scent, they charge. When the kings catch a bull, if they survive, they have to drag it alive to bronze pillar with walls and grit. There, over the wards that bind their houses, they sacrifice it. The kings mix that blood with wine and toast to remake it, then they drink. While the fires burn down, the kings discuss how to govern the city. Tonight's gathering is somber. There's a problem in Atlantis, and the city won't answer. None of the kings have one. The people want to know whether babies keep dying.
Pause. Press spacebar.
Every man over 30 is likely walking around with declining testosterone, and they have no idea what to do about it. Look. The Basques have the highest concentration of Rh-negative blood on Earth. Rh factor is a protein in red blood cells. The name comes from rhesus monkeys, where researchers first found the protein. It's passed down through primates and has been for millions of years. Most people have it. You probably do. And if you do, you're Rh positive. That's 93% of people on Earth have it. The rest are Rh negative, and their blood doesn't carry the marker at all.
Hold on. I feel like I gotta see minus in monkey blood signs.
Most people's blood has a marker, a protein on the surface of the cell. A few people don't have this.
Okay, so there's regular blood, then high test again. Vampires and zombies take note. A vast risk is village.
And the trait is recessive, which means it hides. When populations mix, it fades. Every generation dilutes it a little more. 1 in 3 Basques is Rh negative. That's double the rest of Europe and 5 times the rest of the world. And because the trait hides, even that number undersells it. Most Basques carry the gene, whether their blood shows it or not. For blood like that to stay concentrated, a population has to breed inside itself for a very, very long time. But Rh negative comes with a cost. When an Rh negative mother carries an Rh positive child, her immune system might reject the baby as a different species.
A different species. The blood itself is saying alien. What do I have to do? Draw you a shot? Even the word pass sounds like a lizard people word.
It's And then you response, not a confession. That's exactly what illicit people immune system wants to think. When your baby's born flicking sideways, they'll say you warn ya. Good, feed it a cricket. Feed it a cricket. The first pregnancy is usually fine, but the ones after that are dangerous. The child weakens in the womb. Untreated, the child can die. But here's what science can't explain. A trait that kills children should disappear. Instead, the basques have the highest frequency in the world. No one can prove where it came from. It can't be traced to any place on Earth. Because, according to the legend, it didn't come from Earth. It came from the gods. The Basque weather god Mari lived in a cave in a mountain with her husband and Sugar. Basque gods lived on the ground among the people. Plato tells the story. In the side of the forest on the island of Atlantis, begat children by a mortal woman and settled them in a part of the island. Gods having children with humans. The Sumerians told the same story, and they called the Viziers right. Beings who came down, shaped humanity, and shared their blood with it. In the Book of Enoch, divine beings made with humans and created the Nephilim. Every culture uses a different name, but the story is the same. People, different tuxedos, same lazy. But when divine blood is mixed with the humans, the offspring are often evil and violent, like the Nephilim. They don't worry about that too. With the divine portion began to fade away. It became diluted and lost and too much until that mixture. The human nature got the upper hand. The blood thinned and it led to step. The families of the old blood escaped into the mountains and never let their blood thin again. Thousands of years Atlantis was a paradise, but the island doesn't feel like paradise anymore. The founding families carried the blood of the gods, and for a long time that blood held. But some have been marrying outside the bloodline. Every generation, the old blood gets thinner, and something in the people changes. The kings don't work together anymore. Now they just argue. Sometimes those arguments turn violent. Sometimes entire families go to war. Tonight, in a stone house near the Citadel, the young woman of the old line is having pregnancy. Her husband has a good name, but his family isn't of the old line. The midwives do this for years, always in mixed marriages. The mother will survive childbirth. The child never does. The midwife almost says Serenade by hand. She stops herself. You don't wish luck on a child who's already gone. The kings gather and announce what the midwives already knew. Old blood doesn't mix. When it mixes, the children die. Nobody can explain why it works this way, only that it does. The old families make a decision. They call it the rule. The rule says that the old line can only marry within the old line. Any children born against the rule get thrown into the sea. It's the only way to keep the blood pure and to keep the peace. That decision outlives the island. Because deep under Atlantis, the ground is restless, the air is getting warmer, and the water is coming. During the last ice age, the Bay of Biscay wasn't a bay. Sea levels were 400 feet lower, and the space between Spain and France was dry land. River valleys ran for miles past today's coastline. People could walk across the land that's now open water. And the ice melted, and the seas rose for thousands of years. The rise came in surges, and during the biggest one, the ocean plunged 50 feet within a few lifetimes. People watched the land their parents grew up on go underwater. The water drowned the forests and the valleys. High ground turned into islands, and the islands went under too. But the drowned movement didn't vanish. Trawlers had pulled up rough stone from the seafloor, tools and weapons from villages that went under with the land. And up in the Pyrenees, there are cave paintings of animals that went extinct during the last ice age. People lived through all of it, and people remember. Basque fishing tradition remembers that world. Basque fishermen have names for huge parts of land at the bottom of the bay. Euskera names. Names like Drowned Valley and Lost Land. Passed from father to son. The families say the names are older than anyone can say, handed down from ancestors who knew that land when it was still land. Mainstream science says that's impossible. The names would have to be thousands of years old, kept alive without writing, without maps, and without the ability to go hundreds of feet underwater. Science assumed the Basques showed up about 6,000 years ago. By then, the bay was already a bay. There was nothing to name. So the Basques claimed to be an ancient civilization. Mainstream science says they were superstitious sailors. But then, the bottom of the bay was mapped with sonar, and all the underwater valleys, hills, and rivers are right where the Basques said they were. I spent the whole story just to ask every year. But skeptics have an answer for that too. The entire seafloor is covered with hills and rivers. It's easy to guess. But in 2021, an artifact was discovered in the area. A 2,000-year-old bronze hammer. And written on it was the word Story Maker. Your cavities can actually repair themselves, and this is happening. So, all you really have to do to fix the cavity naturally is
help me.
Help you up. What are you trying to do?
Get another stone.
is a generational thing, and the old family houses. A smith works copper by firelight, by hand, flat, thin, life-size, with a hole punched at the wrist. He scratches 5 words into the bronze. Every family knows them by heart. They go up on doors across the quarter. The hand tells everyone, people of the old blood live here. A motherless her daughters of the broken region. It's the same woman who buried a child in years before the war. This daughter was born of old blood, and this daughter lived. The girl presses her palm flat against the bronze and says the word about butter. Zoriaker, good fortune. The ground starts to move. The first shot knocks the bucket stalls flat. The second opens cracks in the walls. And the sea in the Great Canal begins to move the wrong way. It pulls back toward the ocean, dragging ships with it. The King's Water evacuation and whole households move once down to the water, onto the boats.
You gonna set one up?
You can for me.
Oh yeah, what kind?
Do you see when you turn it on?
Oh yeah, what's it called?
Do you see what when you turn it on? You can't tell. You. Yeah.
Oh really?
Because you have to put it on first.
There is no harbor. There is no city. Just water every horizon. A handful of boats drift east for days, rationing water, watching for land that doesn't come. My grandmother holds a child against the wind and starts talking because the child stops shaking. It's her again. She's an old woman now. The girl in her arms is her granddaughter. She tells her about the Green Eye, the beautiful place where the people lived before the water came. She tells it
Yes, but once we go inside.
carefully. By the third night,
We're about to go
the
inside.
child is telling it back to her.
No, we're gonna watch it inside.
She teaches her the word too. The one her old mother taught her on a door that doesn't exist